Okay, this was a debate between James White and Leighton Flowers. And they mentioned me, not by name, but, you'll see. I come up in this debate. And I didn't know that going in. Nobody told me that. I just started watching. Wait a minute. Wait 1 minute. And yes, I'm wearing my patriotic shirt today because I'm a true American. Not like you flag-waving phonies out there. I love this country, unlike many of you. It's the best country in the world. Name me a better country. Just one. And don't say Canada, because that's where I came from. And they kicked me out because I couldn't skate. I skated as well as I walked a tightrope, so they booted me out because I couldn't play hockey. Terrible Canadians. I put the links in the description box. I'm not going to play the openings. You can watch it yourself. I'm going to start at the cross-examination phase, where I'm brought up and where I think Leighton lost his a little bit of his composure. But I want to tell you one thing here off the bat. Leighton Flowers was exactly right in what he said on his defense of... They mentioned a passage, John 6... Was it 6:44 to 46? Actually, why don't we start reading the Word of God first? And I got it. I'm going to switch it to the easy-to-read version because I do not have the Holy Spirit in me. So I'm at a huge disadvantage in understanding the Word of God. So I'm going to switch it to the easy-to-read version. Other people are mentioning other countries better than the United States. Norway. Oh, it's just a bunch of white people in Norway. Australia, well, they have some Aborigines, but, I mean, they do have kangaroos. That's kind of cool. The Father is the one who sent me. This is what the debate's about, okay? So listen up. I know some of you atheists hate hearing the truth of the Word of God, but listen up for once, okay? The Father is the one who sent me, and He is the one who brings people to me. Ooh. This is Jesus speaking, by the way. I will raise them up on the last day. Anyone the Father does not bring to me cannot come to me. It is written in the prophets, God will teach them all. People will listen to the Father and learn from Him. They are the ones who come to me. Who are the ones who come to me? The ones who listen to the Father and learn from Him. This is the key contention right here, this little word called learn. I don't mean that there's anyone who has seen the Father. Forget about that. It should actually just be 44 to 45. Although hasn't some people seen the Father? And other verses says that no one has seen the Father. But yet, I guess it depends. See, this is the real contradiction. If you're going to talk about contradictions in the Bible, go for the big ones like this. About salvation. How are people saved? Those are the biggies. Like you can bring up things like, what hour was Jesus crucified? Was it before noon, like it says in Mark, or was it in the afternoon, like it says in John, or vice versa? Those are fun. You can get a dopamine hit from that. But the real issues are the biggies like this one, salvation.
Everyone ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Dr. Flowers, is it still true today that no one is able to come to Christ unless they're drawn by the Father?
Everyone must be drawn in order to come to Christ. The drawing is the teaching. Just like you say in your own book, you actually ask the question, how does God draw them? By teaching them. I agreed with you on that point. He draws by teaching. And so you have to be taught. Like Paul said, how will they believe in one whom they've not heard? They have to be taught. There has to be revelation. There has to be light. And so they have to be drawn by God.
So why is it that no one has the ability to come to Christ? Don't we have free will?
They don't have the ability to believe in one whom they've not been taught about. Just like I said, they have to be drawn by the teaching of God.
So it's a matter of communicating facts or data to someone? Is that what the...
If you want to call the gospel facts and data,
okay.
I mean, the gospel is the power of God into salvation. It's the light. It's the sword of the Spirit.
Yet, some people reject it. It's so powerful. It's the light. It's the hope. It's the power. But yet some reject it. Why is that? if it's so powerful?
It pierces in through not only bone and marrow, but into the heart, and it affects our lives. Just like, you may say, the sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Words have power.
Okay, so a person who is drawn, again, looking at verse 44, a person who is drawn by the Father to the Son is being taught by God. Is being taught the gospel by God the Father.
Well, Hebrews 1 says, in days of past, God spoke through the prophets and other various means, but in these days, he speaks through his Son, and then, of course, the apostles and the bride. So in that day, in John 6, it's the transitionary period of being taught through the prophets and the law, and now it's transitioning through being...
I got a question to keep you guys engaged because, a lot of you suffer from ADHD and other mental illnesses here. I'm so mean. I'm going to run a poll here. I'm curious. This is on topic. Trust me. So the question is, has a teacher taught if the student didn't learn? Ooh. This is a philosophical type question. Lean yes, lean no. I'm very curious what people are going to say to this. Has a teacher taught if the student didn't learn? So imagine in this case, to keep it very simple, one teacher, one student. I'm going to let it play as you guys answer.
Jesus and the bride of Christ through the gospel that's being sent to all of creation.
So everyone who is drawn by the Father to the Son, is that today? Is that all people, or is there what differentiates as to who is being drawn by the Father?
Well, we live in the church age, so that the drawing is by Jesus to himself. Jesus draws all people once he's raised up, and he's been raised up. And so he sends the gospel to go into all creation, and through the bride and through the gospel of Jesus Christ, through the teaching of the apostles, we are now being drawn through the teaching of Christ.
So the Father is no longer drawing people to the Son?
Well, there may be people who read the law and the prophets prior. It's people in the Jewish tradition may come to Christ through the teachings of God the Father. But as you know, it's a triune God. So God may draw through various means. In the Old Testament, it was, as Hebrews 1 says, it was the Father that drew through the prophets.
So actually, verse 44 isn't continuing true today. Something has changed to where when Jesus says, I will raise him up on the last day, who is it that Jesus will raise up on the last day?
Everyone who comes to him in faith.
Everyone who comes to him in faith. And yet in verse 44, who is it that Jesus will raise up on the last day?
Okay, I'll give you guys a little context because I know some of you are nodding off like Warren in the live stream chat. The basic debate is, what is the first cause of salvation? Is it God or is it the person? This guy here, Leighton, says, well, ultimately, it's the person's choice to learn whether or not to accept and to learn the gospel and to accept it. That's their responsibility, not God's. Their responsibility. This guy here, James White, will say, no. The true first cause is God. He's the one who draws people, not only so that he teaches them, but that they learn. It's God who causes them to learn it, not the person. To learn the gospel and accept it. It's all God's initiative. So God's the initiative here. Humans are the initiative here when it comes to personal salvation. And guess what? They're both right. This is a contradiction. They both can't be right, but yet they're both right. There can only be one first cause for salvation, not two. Now, some Christians will just laugh this off as a paradox. Well, it's both, but it's paradoxical. But I call it, I'll call it a contradiction. The interpretation of Scripture, according to James White, has to be wrong if the interpretation of Scripture, according to Leighton Flowers, is right, and vice versa. These gentlemen cannot be both right. One of them's wrong, or both of them are wrong. I go with option 2, because it's just a man-made book.
Well, in verse 44, like you acknowledge, the difference between the context of chapter 12 and chapter 4 is chapter 4 is still prior to the crucifixion.
I think you mean chapter 6.
I'm sorry, yes, chapter 6, 44. And so in chapter 6, he's drawing those who believe in the Father, who have listened and learned from the Father, he's drawing them to the Son. And they will be raised up in the last day. For example, Simeon would have been a good example of this. He was a God-fearing man. He would have been drawn to believe in Jesus.
Blake, compatibilism is just BS. It's just a fancy word to embrace a paradox or a contradiction. That's all compatibilism is. It takes a real man to figure that out.
But after Christ is raised up, that's when he says to go and spread the gospel to all people. And so that's the means by which he draws all people today, is through the gospel of Jesus Christ. So you and I came through the drawing of Jesus. We didn't come through the drawing of the prophets.
So everything in John 6 has now changed. Is the eating of the flesh, drinking the blood, has all of that changed now that Jesus is doing the drawing rather than the Father doing the drawing?
No, because all of that is symbolism to listening and learning to the drawing that comes through our God, either through the prophets or through the apostles. Either one is still God doing the drawing. It's just at different means at different times. And so they're still eating the flesh by listening and inclining their ear to hear the gospel, just like when they inclined their ear to hear Moses. If they believed Moses, they would believe Jesus. Sorry.
And let me clarify. When I say first cause, I mean the cause of an individual, a single human, actually receiving salvation. What is the cause of that? Because God can do, he could be, he was the first person in the universe or eternal past and he created everything. Yeah, in that sense, he's the first cause. But on a salvation issue, what actually causes a person to be saved? Is it God or is the person who accepts the gift? Because a person can reject the gift and never be saved, right? So what good is God at that point for all his first causing of Jesus came and died and all this sort of thing? All that's a bunch of mootness if everybody rejects it, right? Think about that. If every single person on the planet rejected the gift of salvation, then what Jesus did on the cross was completely useless. So that puts the power in human hands to give meaning to what Jesus did.
Did every person who was drawn by the Father to the Son come to the Son?
In that context, I have no problem with that interpretation because he's not drawing them unconditionally. He's drawing them conditioned upon the fact that they listened and learned from the Father.
So the only way for you to understand verse 44 is to have your interpretation of verse 45, right?
Well, obviously we have interpretations of both verses and they correlate together, but this is the same view that Michael Brown debated with you. It's the same view that Steve Gregg debated with you.
Michael's not here, so let's stick to the
subject. And you said
subject.
the same things to them that you're saying to me.
Sure, stick to the subject.
Well, they corrected you on this, and I'm just wondering why you haven't picked up on it yet.
Well, you should try it because you're not doing so. So those who were drawn in verse 44 are raised up by Jesus, and that's everyone. Everyone who heard from the Father, learned from the Father, is raised up by Jesus in the last day. Is there anyone who rejected the Father's teaching?
I can't imagine why somebody who listened to the Father through the prophets and believed, I can't imagine Simeon saying no to Jesus. Why? Because Jesus is one with the Father. So if somebody listened to your teaching, then they would listen to the teaching of Jeff Durbin because you teach the same thing. Why would somebody listen and believe your teaching and reject the teaching of Jeff Durbin? You teach the same thing.
I wouldn't be surprised if Jeff Durbin and James White disagree on some little things.
Same thing. God is teaching something through the prophets and through Moses. There's no reason that he would reject what the Son teaches if they have the same voice. That's why the sheep don't reject him.
But if they have free will, they can choose to do that for various reasons, right?
But I'm saying they would not choose to do so because the Father and the Son are teaching the same thing. There's no reason that a person who's believing what the Father teaches would reject what the Son's teaching if they're teaching the same thing.
When it says they shall all be taught by God, who is the they? Who's the all?
I think that's reference to Israel, just like Romans 10, when he asked, have they not all heard? And he actually says, yes, they have. It's gone to the edges of the earth. And so I think it's the same reference point, that yes, Israel all have heard. Everyone has heard. Not everyone has listened and learned, because that's their responsibility. You can reject what you hear.
So everyone in Israel was taught by God. And so you see a distinction between that and everyone hearing from the Father? That's a different group?
No, I believe that all of Israel has heard. Not all of them listened, but all of them heard. Because you're responsible whether you listen to your teacher or not. If you tune out your teacher and ignore what he says, that's your fault, not God's fault.
But it says, everyone, everyone hearing from the Father and learning does what?
They come to Jesus.
So if it was all of Israel, why didn't all of Israel come to Jesus?
You're ignoring the fact that you have the ability to
Good
listen
point.
and believe. If you hear the message, like everybody in this room just heard me teach, is everybody in this room going to believe what I taught? No, some of them are going to reject what I taught.
Yeah, this is why I put up the poll question. Because both of these guys, I think, are teachers in real life as vocation. Let me see. I haven't looked at the poll results. Yeah, look, we're split. This is very interesting to me. 75 votes in already. Has a teacher taught if the student didn't learn? 58% of you, I think, are leaning towards what Leighton Flowers is saying here, whereas 42% of you are leaning towards what James White's position is. It's interesting, a question like this is basically the crux of the matter. What James White is saying, if someone is taught, they've actually learned. If they have been taught, especially by an all-powerful creator of the universe, then to say that they didn't learn is to say, well, they really weren't taught it then. Because they didn't learn it. If I try to teach a student 2 + 2 = 4, and then you ask them, what's 2 + 2? It's 5. Have I actually taught them that 2 + 2 is 4? No. So I would choose the lean no here, which would put me more in James White's camp. But what Leighton is saying, that a teacher can teach without the student learning. In other words, the responsibility is on the student as well to actually learn, which, common sense-wise, that sounds correct. But yet you would think a really good teacher could get a student to learn even if they don't want to. They would find ways to motivate them, to inspire them, to whatever, to actually desire to learn, which you would think an omni-God of the universe could do. So that's why I asked this poll question here.
You're responsible for what you do with what you hear. But just because they hear doesn't mean they'll listen and learn and believe.
But it specifically states, everyone hearing from the Father will come to me. How is that not clearly?
Everyone who has listened and learned, it says. In other words, they heard and they learned, which implies that they believed. It doesn't say everyone believed. It says everyone has heard the message, and therefore they're responsible for the message they've been given.
But it says, every hearing one, pas ha akusas, everyone hearing from the Father comes to me. How is that not very clearly the description of what drawing means in verse 44? How can this be a general reference to God teaching Israel?
Everyone who hears from the Father and learns. They all hear his message, but they all don't listen. Some of them close their ears. They close their eyes. Like Acts 28 says, Paul rebuking this same crowd of Israelites, saying, you're ever seeing but never perceiving. You have closed your eyes. Otherwise, you might see, hear, understand, and turn, and I would.
But why do some people close their ears and eyes and others don't? That's the real question. Now, Leighton would say it's free will, but why? What is it exactly about the person that causes their free will? Does this choice just come out of nowhere?
Would heal you. What's he saying? You have closed your eyes.
See, I got to be honest, my bias, I'm a determinist, and James White is a determinist. He might not call himself a determinist, but he basically is. And so my bias is towards Calvinism. And it's amazing because Calvinists and atheistic determinists like myself will give the same answers when it comes to human freedom and choices. It's that, hey, we can't see the future. James White would say, this is why we evangelize. We don't know who's the elect and who's not, who's saved and who's not. So we obey God, we spread the gospel, and let God do what God does before the foundations of the earth.
It's their fault for closing their eyes, not a default condition from birth like you teach.
So you see a distinction in the middle of the sentence, and when it says, it's written in the prophets, they shall all be taught by God. You interpret that as a general thing to all of Israel, right?
Yes.
Okay.
All of Israel has heard. They have no excuse.
Then the sentence doesn't, there's not even a sentence break. When it says, everyone hearing, how is that different than being taught by God? I mean, theou is in the genitive ablative, right?
I'm just telling you what it says is that they hear, but hearing isn't enough. You have to actually believe what you hear. You think that that's something God controls. I don't. That's the only difference between our views.
Where's the word believe in here? Is that?
Yeah, James White's time is up here. Okay, now it's Leighton's turn to question James.
I've listened to your explanation of John 3:16, where you try to make world not to be universal, but of the elect, in the way you kind of revamp the word whoever. I'm just wondering in John 6:33, where it says
revamp the word whoever. Where did I do that?
Where you changed from whosoever to the believing ones. I've heard you give that explanation.
The Greek is pas hopistio, and it means everyone believing. I'm not revamping anything. I'm actually just translating it correctly.
Okay. So do you use the same kind of hermeneutics when it comes to John 6:33, for the bread of God is the one who comes down from heaven and gives life to the world? Is that just the world of the elect?
I gotta defend the Calvinists here a little bit. From Heidi in the live stream chats, she says Calvinist beliefs are nonsense. They're not nonsense. Calvinists exist for a reason. The reason is a certain interpretation of Scripture and to make sense of the whole Bible. Like, if you truly believe in this thing called grace, then you would be a Calvinist. If you think you have to accept a gift in order to obtain salvation, you've diminished grace, because that's something you have to do, right? God can't do it for you. So ultimately, everyone who's been saved is because of what they did, not because of what God did. Yes, God made the road, but you have to travel on it. That's your responsibility. This is why Calvinism exists, because that makes grace from a capital G to a small g. So now you can disagree with it, fine, but don't say it's nonsense. Don't say Calvinism is nonsense. There's good reasons to be a Calvinist, scripturally. And there's good reasons not to be. This is why I think it's a contradiction.
No, it's obviously the only source of life for anything in the world, which includes Jews and Gentiles, is the Lord Jesus Christ. That's the whole point of John 6, is that he is the living bread. So the world is everyone in the world who will receive life, receives it only through Jesus Christ and in no other way.
So the elect of the Jews and the elect of the Gentiles.
I've never said that. I think you're misunderstanding my understanding of cosmos. Cosmos is used by John in at least 10 different ways, and in the New Testament at least 14 different ways.
So Jesus did come for everyone in the world. Every single person in the world.
There's a vast difference between saying Jews and Gentiles and saying every single individual world. That would be like saying Jesus specifically came for Judas Iscariot, even though Judas Iscariot was...
So in verse 32, when it says, "This is my Father who gives you the true bread from heaven," he speaks to an unbelieving crowd. Would you say that to a group of unbelievers, that Jesus came for you?
In the same way that Jesus said it. Again, he's talking about the fact that he is the true bread from heaven. He is presenting himself in that way. I'm not Jesus, so I don't know someone's heart, even though John 6 says Jesus did know their hearts and knew who did not believe.
Okay, I want to put kind of side by side our two views, and I want to see if you think it's a fair characterization. I believe Jesus is rebuking this unbelieving Israelite crowd by telling them the reason they're not being granted to come to Jesus is because of their continued unbelief. They didn't listen to the Father, and therefore they're not being entrusted to the Son, while you, in contrast, believe Jesus is explaining to a crowd of unbelievers why they can't believe by introducing Calvinistic soteriology, the T, the U, and the I. Is that basically what you think is happening here in John 6?
No, of course, I reject your rabid misrepresentation of Reformed
He's not introducing total inability?
I'm going to answer the questions that you asked, okay? Please stop interrupting me. You just presented T and I and all the rest of this stuff.
I was just summarizing to be fast.
No, go ahead.
I was just summarizing to be fast.
No, go ahead. What did you ask?
When you summarize to be fast, that's called straw manning, Leighton. I really don't mean that, but that's how people perceive it. Like James.
I already asked, do you think Jesus was introducing the Calvinistic doctrines to this crowd of unbelievers?
He's not introducing Calvinistic doctrines, because the belief in God's sovereignty is part and parcel of the Old Testament revelation. So it's not something new. This was something they already recognized. They already recognized that Yahweh had only revealed himself to the people of Israel, that the sacrifices of the Old Testament weren't for the Babylonians or the Egyptians or anybody else.
So whenever it says no one can, you don't think that that's reflecting on the T of total inability, the default condition that you refer to in your book?
Yes, of course it is.
Okay,
of course it is. I just don't believe that's quote-unquote Calvinistic theology is being introduced. It's biblical theology. It's been there from the beginning, from Genesis.
All right.
Okay, this is where I come up.
You told one of your Calvinist friends that was debating with an atheist, or somebody that was debating with an atheist, and he brought up total inability. He brought up Calvinistic theology, and he says, you said, quote, there's no reason to be discussing the sovereign grace of God and things like that with someone who just doesn't even believe. And so I'm wondering why you think Jesus is introducing these doctrines to a bunch of grumbling gungus moo.
Yeah. So when I heard this the first time, I go, wait a minute, are they talking about me? And thankfully Leighton quoted James White, and I found the quote. Let's see, where is it? Yeah. So I had talked to this guy here, whose name is Derek, a long time ago. When did I talk to him? 2 years ago. And I asked him, how do I become a Christian? And we talked for quite a while, actually. And then James White reviewed our conversation, and he said this, and this is the quote Leighton is pulling.
To raise the other points of Calvinism. And it's similarly, you're looking at the same situation here. There's no reason to be discussing sovereign grace of God and things like that with someone who just doesn't even believe in the existence of a personal God to begin with. But
yeah, there's no reason to be discussing the sovereign grace of God and things like that with someone, Pinecreek, who doesn't even believe in the existence of a personal God to begin with. But James, how do you know? Maybe I'm one of God's elect. And by Derek discussing salvation and the gospel with me, who doesn't even believe in a personal God, maybe that will trigger something. Movement in God's Holy Spirit to do something within me. You don't know. You don't have the mind of God. So this was the point that Leighton is bringing up. Actually, I should probably play this. It's only 5 minutes long. 17,000 views. Wow. So this is me talking to a Calvinist on how to become a Christian. Become a Christian.
You believe, you repent of your sins, you believe in Christ.
I don't believe, though. So how would I ever become a Christian?
God, you have to be regenerated.
How do I get regenerated?
By the Holy Spirit.
How do I get the Holy Spirit to regenerate me?
You don't.
You're right. You gave the right answer.
I was going to lie to you and say all the, well, you have to believe in your heart and all. Yeah, I mean.
Does it bother you that basically the reason why I'm not a Christian, and if I die a non-Christian, does it bother you that the reason I do not inherit eternal life is because God didn't do something in me first?
Well, as Charles Spurgeon, who was a Calvinist, I mean, he talks about weeping for dead souls, and until the day they die, you try to grab their ankles and hold them from going to damnation. Of course, it bothers me. It would bother, and a lot of people get this mixed up, but as a Calvinist, as a Christian that is a Calvinist, I don't know. You could be one of the elect, Doug.
I know.
You might become a Christian 20 years from now.
Right.
I don't know.
I understand. Yes, that's what I just said. And so that's why I wonder why James White said there's no reason to be discussing sovereign grace of God and things like that. Maybe the sovereign grace of God gets to salvation. So I'm not exactly sure why James White said what he said there. And the Calvinists view very well. However, if it's true that before the creation of the universe, God foresaw me not to be a Christian, and if He never regenerates me, I'm going to hell for eternity, correct?
Yes.
And it's not because of something that I did or didn't do. It's basically all God, right? By the way, this is another reason why I like Calvinists more than non-Calvinists. They tend to answer questions better, just right to the point, because they're not scared to look bad. Whereas the non-Calvinists, actually, they're more touchy-feely types, and so they care about the perception. I truly believe that. Calvinists tend to be more hard-hearted. Right?
No, there's still a responsibility for what you do, even though
Right. I have no responsibility to attain salvation. It's all God. I can't do anything to become a Christian. Correct?
not of yourself. So
Right.
it's a monergistic thing. It's all of God that he works concurrently with you, not synergistically, but concurrently.
Right. So if I go to hell, it's because of what God didn't do in me. Correct?
No, it's because you never believed in him, even though
No, the default position is hell. Correct? And if God has to do something in me in order for me not to go to hell.
Yeah, it's good that I'm playing this because Leighton Flowers is going during the debate. It sounds exactly like me. I don't know if Leighton Flowers prepared for his debate against James White by watching my material. Oh, that's so egotistical.
yes, but it's not God's fault. So you're getting into like double.
It is
I'm a
God's
double
fault.
predestination guy, but I don't believe in equal ultimacy. In other words, God has to work in you to believe, but I don't believe he has to work in you to keep you from believing, as some hyper kind of Calvinists believe. So God will work in you to believe, regenerate you, and all of a sudden, you desire.
But he created a world knowing that I would live my life in disbelief, and he created that world anyhow. God is ultimately responsible for every single person in hell on both views, on both Leighton Flowers' view and on Calvinistic view, James White's view. They both have that same problem, that every single person who ends up in hell it's because of God. Because he could have chose not to create a thing. But he did, knowing what would happen. Now, some Christians get out of this by saying, well, he didn't know what happened, like the open theists. Actually, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, Leighton, and forgive me if I'm wrong, but I believe Leighton Flowers is a Molinist, so he believes on God knows every possible world of what would have happened in each world, and then actualizes one of those worlds, the world we live in today. I think that's sort of what he believes. And here's me on Revealed Apologetics 2 years ago with Eli. Is it Eli? Yeah. And James White. And I asked this question to James.
But he's asking the question that's relevant to our topic. What is Molinism trying to accomplish? It seems to me any problem a Molinist has with Calvinism, they still have because God still created knowing what would happen.
He's right.
I wonder if James White at that moment knew that he was answering a question from the same guy where he said this.
The same situation here is there's no reason to be discussing sovereign grace of God and things like that with someone who just...
Maybe he didn't recognize the picture. I don't know. Anyhow, back to the debate. Where are you, debate?
Israelites in
Massive category difference. Wow. He is explaining the fact that these individuals have come seeking him, but they are not seeking him for who he is as the Messiah. They do not understand that he is the source of spiritual life. And why would he say that to them? Well, because it's recorded for us in Scripture so that 2,000 years later we could be sitting here and looking at it.
Okay, so you equate drawing with regeneration, basically. You believe someone must be made alive, regenerated, in order to come to the life giver who is Christ. Yet on page 25 of this book here, drawn by the Father, you wrote, quote, when we come to him, when we believe on him, he becomes the source of our spiritual life. Well, isn't regeneration the source of our spiritual life, not Jesus, on your view?
No. That's so obviously false. I'm not even sure how to address it. The only way that you can have an argument that's not about my alleged presuppositions or somebody who's not here.
You're the one who brought up the
Show me
presuppositions.
where from the text you make the distinction that is absolutely necessary for your position.
And they will all be taught of God. That means that every one of them have no excuse because they have heard what they need to hear. Everyone has been taught of God. Everyone who hears from the Father and learns comes to me. Not everyone who is taught will listen and learn. Some of them will close their eyes.
I know
I don't know how that can be more clear, Dr.
I
White.
know you're making the distinction, but it is painfully clear to those of us
It's
that are
so
looking
clear that you're the first one to be able to interpret that way. I mean, it's not so clear if obviously a lot of people interpret differently than you who also know Greek.
Here, Leighton just admitted that the scriptures on the most important part of Christianity, which is salvation. He admits the scriptures are not clear.
The first one to be able to interpret that way. I mean, it's not so clear if obviously
Not so clear.
a lot of people interpret differently than you who also know Greek, Dr. White.
You just said that if these are actually descriptions of the effective actions of God, that the debate is over, that my understanding is correct. And I'm simply asking you, it
I
is
didn't say that.
fundamentally necessary for you, if you're going to deal with the text, for you to be able to explain why the scriptural citation from either Isaiah 54 or Jeremiah 31, Pontes didaktoi theou, is different than pas ha akusas para tu patras. You have to explain why you're making that distinction from the text, or just admit, I don't know, and it's presuppositional, and we're done with it.
Again, I don't assume, as you do, that just because someone is taught, that they will necessarily, therefore, listen and learn.
Yeah, see, this is the key issue, and that's why I brought up that poll. Whereas I think James White would say, if they have been taught, then it follows they have learned. If they have not learned, then they have not been taught. I wish I was the moderator for this debate, because I think that is the main issue for these two.
I believe that if a student is in a classroom and they don't learn, it's not because the teacher doesn't really want them to learn, or because the teacher has some hidden agenda, or a secret hidden agenda, where two wills of the teacher. I think the teacher actually says, when I want you to hear and learn and listen, I really want you to hear and learn and listen. And
yeah, but motives and desires are irrelevant, Leighton. What the teacher wants and desires is irrelevant to the question, has the student learned? If the teacher opens his mouth or her mouth and says something, and the student learns absolutely nothing, then I would posit to you the teacher hasn't taught. The teacher has attempted to teach, but failed.
when I hold out my hands to you all day long, he actually wants them to come. That's what I believe. Clear enough?
Whoa.
Nice cover for not being able to answer the question, but I'm done. Thank you.
Leighton got a little heated there.
All right. Let's pick up back with Rob the reprobate, okay? Let's say Rob the reprobate, he's obviously held guilty for something he has absolutely no control over because he's by default a hater of God. He's born that way. He can't help it.
False assumption. I'm not going to bother with answering questions based on false assumption.
I'm using your words. By default, they are unable to believe. That's your words.
There was a whole lot more to the expression of default.
There must be a question.
Okay.
Yeah, this is where I think James White failed badly. Many times in this debate, James White said, this is off topic. I'm not going to answer this question.
Thank you. All right, so this man, Rob, was guilty because of Adam's sin. You mentioned that. And so if Rob had been aborted when he was a baby, or he died when he was an infant, would he have faced the same fate as a non-elect infant?
Oh, my goodness. Mr. Moderator, are we going to stick to John 6, or are we going to start wandering into
Dr. White,
everything?
Dr. White, haven't you said inconsistency is the mark of a failed argument and isn't?
See, yeah, James White does not want to go there. What happens to babies when they die? Under James White's model, he basically is forced to say, I think, some babies go to heaven, some babies go to hell. But I don't know if he wants to say that publicly, that some babies go to hell. Maybe he has already, I don't know.
Isn't
Yes.
Calvinism very inconsistent with how they answer the question as to what happens to infants who die?
But we came here to debate John chapter 6, and you're trying to drag it onto other things, which is what you've done before.
I'm talking.
Warren Knob 1000 asked a good question. Why does James White do apologetics? You got to remember that James White is a presuppositional apologist, which means he does apologetics, but in a different way than most any other type of apologetics. So his apologetic is, yeah, God can do whatever he wants, even create babies that he has predestined for hell. And if that bothers you, suck it up. That's ultimately his type of apologetic. That there's no atheists in the world, everybody believes God exists. Core presupposition is that God exists, and the Bible, his holy scriptures, is the word of God, perfectly revealed, and that's the starting point. He doesn't need no stinking evidence. Now, it's nice to have evidence, and the evidence is going to always point to God if it's true evidence. But the starting point is not the evidence, it's God. So that's his type of apologetic.
I am asking that you focus upon the text and the meaning of the text, and not get into all sorts of other subjects that do not allow me to even have the opportunity of making a meaningful presentation on the subjects that have not been raised and are not a part of the subject this evening.
The question of the debate is not who can exegete the text in a way that Dr. White approves. It's a defense of Jesus' supposedly inconceivable teaching of unconditional election, which I'm demonstrating by this line of questions. It's demonstrably unjust and inconsistent within the ranks of Calvinism to say that people are condemned for something they have no control over. And what better illustrates that than an infant that dies?
Yeah, that's a beautiful point by Leighton. And this is the point I bring up against Calvinists as well. Under Calvinism, everybody's born with a sinful nature. And that includes babies. So if a baby dies, has a sinful nature, hasn't been regenerated, hasn't accepted the gift, goes to hell. Unless God has elected them to go to heaven, regenerated them even without them being able, I don't know. It's confusing to me. Does anybody here actually know James White's position on babies? My guess is he'll say that some babies go to heaven, some babies go to hell. And my second guess is that it's the babies born of Calvinist parents that are more likely to go to heaven. Who have been baptized and promised to God by good Calvinistic parents. I don't know. But yeah, if you are a Calvinist, you are stuck with this problem of people doing their nature, which is sin. And how in the world are you responsible for something that's outside of your control? It's like saying to a black person, how dare you be black? What's wrong with you? You have black skin. What's wrong with you? How dare you be black? It's outside my control. I was born this way. What are you talking about? Same thing with the sinful human, according to Calvinism. How dare you be born with a sinful nature? What's wrong with you? This is the way God made me. I mean, well, it was Adam and Eve's fault, but I was born this way. Well, and the only thing you can do as a person with this type of nature is to sin. And sure, you might do good things, but that's under the common grace of God. And really, anything you do good is only because God allows it. But who you are is rotten. And the only way you can change is if God does something in you first. You're so rotten, you can't even reach out. You can't even cry out to God. Calvinists believe this. I'm not strawmanning here. You can't fall on your knees and say, Lord, help me, because that'd be a good thing to do. But you can't do that because your nature won't allow you. So Leighton brings up a great point. How in the world can God judge people to hell for something they have no control over? The default position is sin, sin, sin. And yet God punishes them for their sin when they could do no differently because of their nature. This is why non-Calvinists exist.
I realize that the subject of the debate is not something you want to pursue.
You
You just
said
admitted that you are changing the topic of the debate.
There must be questions. Yes, I think they should be about John 6:44. But there must be clear, pithy questions that allow for pithy.
I think, Dr. White, I think that you want to avoid that particular issue. Is it true that you want to avoid that particular issue because you point out,
I'm
even
not
to
gonna
John
answer this
MacArthur
question.
and John Piper's view, you point out the reasons that you don't think they're correct, points to the very point of up for debate with regard to unconditional election?
No, it has nothing to do with John chapter 6 at all.
It has to do with your interpretation of John chapter 6,
It
believing
has
that
to do with
Jesus is
completely other
teaching.
subjects that we do not have time to make presentations on that will be useful. This is simply your way to avoid the fact that you can't deal with John 6.
Okay, all right, I have to call a timeout. We either have to bring the cross-examination to a close, or...
All right, well, I'll move on.
I gather that there has been a debate in the last couple of weeks that has come up about infants and things like that. I'm going to make the call.
I will move on. I'll move on. It's fine. Okay. Are students in your class responsible to learn what they're taught?
Yes, that's why we have grades.
Okay. Do you want them to learn even when they don't?
Yep, that's what you want to be as a professor.
And so it's not just a passive reality for them.
No, it has nothing to do with John 6:45.
Okay, so why do you assume?
Because I'm not God, and I am not being. I'm not. Jesus is quoting that term of what the drawing that effectively results in eternal life is. Therefore, the connection is absolutely absurd.
In Jeremiah 32:33, it says, "They turned their back on me, not their face. I taught them repeatedly again and again, and they would not listen." How does that fit in with your interpretation here of verse 45, saying that it's just a passive reality?
Well, it's fascinating because you said Jeremiah 32?
32:33.
Yeah, because anyone familiar
In Acts 28, all day
Okay, this is Q&A period. There was an interesting part here somewhere.
long trying to persuade them.
Okay, Dr. Flowers. If two people were presented the gospel message and one believed, let me go back. If two people were presented the gospel and one believes, one does not, what is the difference in the one who believed? Is he better?
Yeah. Whoever asked this question made a huge mistake and added the phrase, is he better? So the question is, there's two people. One accepts the gift of salvation, one doesn't. One believes, one doesn't. And the real question here is, why? Why does one accept it and one reject it? And Leighton focuses on the is one better than the other part of the question instead of the real meat of the question. What exactly is it about the free will of the individual to cause them to accept or reject the gospel?
On our view, we don't believe someone is better in order to believe in Jesus. You get better by...
Yeah, see, he's answering that question, but even then, how in the world is it not better? It has to be better to accept Jesus than not to. A person who chooses to accept this beautiful gift of salvation, to accept the gospel, that person has done something better than someone who rejects it. So how in the world can a non-Calvinist say, this is not better? If Christianity is true, if Jesus really died on the cross, really was God incarnate, really died for your sins, rose the third day, and because of that you can inherit eternal life. If that's true, then anybody who accepts the gift of salvation is better than people who don't. And it is only this sense of smug, false humility that says, oh, we're not better than... No, you are better. If Christianity is true and I've rejected it, you're better than me. I mean, I've missed something that you didn't. I've rejected something that's going to cause me badness in eternity. You are better than me, Christians, if Christianity is true. I don't think Christianity is true, though. But if it were, how in the world are you not better than me? You got this huge gift. I didn't. You made the right choice. I didn't. Stop it with this false humility. The reason why they have to say, people like Leighton Flowers have to say this is because the Bible tells them, it's not by works, lest ye boast. But how many people have we heard about? I was an atheist and then I became a Christian. I mean, so many years I was an atheist. But then I started looking into the philosophy of the cosmological argument, the ontological argument. I mean, I studied and studied. I got so many books in my closet. I mean, on my shelf behind my YouTube channel. I haven't read all of them from front to back, but I've read enough. I mean, the evidentiary reasons for Christianity is just beyond belief. Any right person in their right mind who would study the evidence for Christianity would know it's true. I've done my due diligence. if Christianity is true, good for you. I mean, you worked hard, you studied, you researched, you laid down your biases and your preconceived ideas and your presuppositions, and you, in all humility, said, I want to seek the truth. So to all those Christians who worked hard, did their due diligence and studied, and then at the end of it became a Christian, I salute you. You're better than me if Christianity is true. If not, you're deceived. or you just got it wrong. Anyhow, back to you, Leighton.
Believing in Jesus, and anyone can do it. So no matter, even you're the most immoral person in the whole world, you can still put your faith in Jesus. So you don't have to be better to believe in Jesus. On Calvinism, you do. That's why the whole choice meat thing's funny to us, because only on Calvinism are the specially elected people turned into a new creation, a better people, and that's the reason they believe in Jesus. So it is based on their quality. For us, it's not based upon the quality of the individual. It's based upon the quality in the one in whom they trust. Christ is the choice meat. He's the one we put our trust in, and he's the one who covers us in his righteousness. He's the better quality one. Just like when you call Abraham choice or righteous, or Job is a righteous man, or Enoch is a righteous man. They're calling him choice. They're calling him good. Why? Because they believe in Christ, the choice one. He's the good one. It's his character given to us.
Yeah, but that's all irrelevant, Leighton. It's all totally irrelevant. Who cares if Jesus is the good one, if he is the salvation, the way to salvation? Who cares if nobody believes it? It's ineffectual if nobody believes it. It's moot, it's garbage, it's nothing if nobody believes it. It takes human beings to actually accept the gift, to trust in God, to walk the path that gives it meaning and value.
Covers us. And that's why the whole choice meats debacle is funny, because it's really a projection of Calvinism onto us.
1 minute.
No matter how provisionists try to avoid this, the reality is, if God is trying to save everyone equally, and one person is saved and one person is not, the difference is not in God's power or God's attempt or the message itself, but in the individuals themselves. That's what the issue is, no matter how hard they try to get away with it.
And then James should have said this. And then you can say, bye-bye, grace. If God is sending his message out equally to people in the world, God's part, if God's doing his part, and some reject it and some don't, then it's up to the individuals. That's the difference. God hasn't changed, but the individuals are different and change. This is the problem with non-Calvinism, because now you can kiss goodbye grace. Every single person who will end up in heaven, it's because of what the person chose to accept freely. That's the difference between those who go to heaven and go to hell. It's the person, not God. This is why many people are Calvinists. That's hard to swallow. This is the reason why Calvinists exist, because they don't want to say, I, James White, is better than Pinecreek because I freely chose the gift of salvation. He didn't. He's a dunce. His heart he hardened his own heart. He refused to listen. He refused to learn Greek, and he refused to do this and that. But I did it. And wouldn't you know, I'm going to heaven because of it, because I chose to accept the gift. And all these non-Christians didn't. And thus I'm better than you non-Christians. Now, James White would never say that because he's a Calvinist. He believes in grace with a capital G. He would say, no, it has nothing to do with me. God chose me before the foundations of the earth. This is why I'm going to heaven and why Doug's going to hell if he dies a non-believer. Because God didn't choose Doug. Me. There's part in here one more part I wanted to play. Where is it? Yeah, here we go. I don't think I played this yet. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, this is good. I'm looking at the transcript. Oh, I'm getting dopamine hits.
They're invested in their sin, and to say that they have no control over it means that as the incarnate one, Jesus had no control over what he did in time as well. We reject that because we believe everything the Bible teaches rather than just small snippets that we've accepted.
Okay, I want to dig into this moral accountability because I think that's the major Achilles heel of the
Is that going to be in
Calvinist.
John 6?
It's exactly dealing with John
Good,
6 because it's by default. You say it's by default in your own exposition of John 6. You say it's by default they're unable to believe. And so that is the
Because of their
root.
sin, yes.
Because of their sin or because
Yes.
they were born in that decreed
Yes,
state?
they are the sons and daughters of Adam. That's what Romans 5
Okay,
teaches.
so
yes.
let's put ourselves in the shoes. Let's give a name and a face to one of these people in the crowd that's gungus mooing. Let's call him Rob the reprobate. He gungus moos, and then Rob turns around, he walks away, and he drops dead of a heart attack. He's non-elect, so he goes to hell. On what basis is Rob judged? He had absolutely no control over whether he listened and learned from the Father or Jesus. Why, on what basis is he condemned?
Okay, absolutely no control means God must extend his grace to rebel sinners. That's what's being
I
said.
didn't say that.
Yeah, see, this bothers me, James White, because I've had Calvinists answer the exact same way when I asked basically the same question Leighton Flowers asked. It has nothing to do what God ought to do, what he's obliged to do. The question is, by what basis is someone held morally accountable for their actions if they had no choice but to do those actions because they were born in a sinful nature? How in the world can God judge people for their sins if they can do no different? If they were born that way with this nature to do nothing but sin, which is what James White believes. This is the problem in Calvinism. What's an analogy? Like if, I guess, the black skin analogy, the born with no legs and then commanded to run. Yeah, that's a good analogy. Someone born without legs, and God says, I command ye to run. Oh, you're not running. You're not running? Okay, I judge you to hell. But I can't run. That's no excuse. I, the Lord of the universe, has commanded you to run. But I can't run. I have no legs. I was born with no legs, God. That's no excuse for your lack of ability to run. I am the God who loves running. And if you don't run, I will judge you.
That is what's being said. If you say he has no control, that means he is being forced to be a bad guy, and God's standing there with a gun, he would be a bad guy. No, he's not. In fact, God is restraining his evil.
Well, James, in a way, if God foresaw, let's take an extreme case. If God foresaw that someone would be born and be a serial killer from age 8 to the end of his life, every week he kills someone. And God saw this before he created this individual and created this individual anyhow. He could have created a whole world where that individual didn't exist, but he didn't. He created a world where this serial killer exists. In a way, God did force that person to commit all these serial killings because God foreknew it. And whatever happens, whatever God foreknows is what's going to happen. And he could have chosen otherwise, and God didn't. See, this is the problem with an omni-God, and this is why there's a lot of open theists. Because with an all-powerful, all-knowing God, there's very, very, very little difference between God allowing and God causing. In fact, I would say there's no difference. They're the same thing.
Is justly judged for the love of his sin. It's not a matter of being forced into doing anything. It's not a matter of being...
Yeah, that's like saying he's justly judged for the love of sitting in a wheelchair without legs. When I commanded him to run. See, James White would agree with all this, I think. He would agree that for a person born with no legs to run is the same thing as someone born with a sinful nature to cry out to God. It can't be done. That's why God needs to regenerate the person. So on what basis can God be a just God and condemn that person born without legs when commanded to run? He can't. He wouldn't be a just God. This is why Calvinism fails. This is why, and I also mentioned why non-Calvinism fails. These are the true contradictions within Christianity, which I don't think exist within Islam or Judaism. But maybe, definitely not Judaism, but it may be in Islam, because I think Muslims tend to be Calvinistic in thinking.
Incapable of doing anything outside of one thing, and that is, if you're a rebel sinner, you need the grace of God that doesn't just try to save, but actually saves.
Did I ever say that God owes anybody anything?
Sounds like
you are
me.
definitely implying it, yes.
Did I ever say that he owed Rob anything in the illustration? No.
Continue on.
Okay. So on what basis, I'll ask again, on what basis is he being judged?
And I already answered the question. He's being judged on the basis that he's in Adam, and therefore he stands
So he's being
before...
judged really for Adam's sin.
Boom! Great job, Leighton. Great job. On what basis is an individual judged for being a sinner when they haven't been regenerated? Well, it's because of what Adam did. So what kind of justice is that? I'm being judged by what my great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather did. Where's the justice in that? When I could do no different, I was born this way, born with a sinful nature, can't even cry out to God, cannot accept the gift of salvation because I'm nothing but sin, and I'm being judged for that when I could have chosen no differently. This is a slam dunk, see you later, alligator argument against Calvinism, which I can also do for non-Calvinism. Okay, I think that's enough. That was fun. It was fun for me. Let me open up the room for Calvinists, non-Calvinists, whoever wants to come in. What's fun about this is I think I could easily play the part like Leighton played as an atheist. And I could very easily play the part of James White. I think I understand both sides equally as well. I couldn't quote scripture like these guys do or know the Greek like these guys do, but the big picture stuff, yeah, I know the main points. Heidi says, wow, I'm now thoroughly confused. Now please help me, God, understand why Christian beliefs are true from God, not human beings flawed. Heidi, are you being facetious, sarcastic? Heidi, if I'm causing you to doubt, if I'm causing any angst in you, just click off, leave. Who am I to hurt the feelings of a believer? Okay, there's the link if anybody wants to call in. I'll pin the message. Hey, Leighton, if you're here, why don't you come on in? By the way, again, what's interesting is these two views, Calvinism, non-Calvinism, based on scripture. I understand why they believe what they believe, but ultimately it's the same thing if you look at it from the perspective of prior to creation, because both Leighton and James White believe in omniscience, that God foreknew every action on the planet and created anyhow. That makes God ultimately responsible for everything. For believers, for non-believers, for sin, for no sin. You're not being facetious, Heidi. I've actually caused some cognitive dissonance in you. That's good. Quick, we need a Calvinist or a non-Calvinist to come in here to save Heidi from her cognitive dissonance. To explain all this away, to make it all better. Yeah, MacGruber.
Hey, Doug, how are you?
Good, my Calvinist friend, who's not
Well, Calvinist adjacent. I think the prayer life of Calvinists is pretty empty because it's like I'm a robot for God. I insert prayer coins here.
Ah, you're a robot for God.
Well, no. I think that's a shortcoming. But you can't fault them in the Bible. Like they're very, very, very faithful to what the Bible says. So you kind of can't get around it. Anyway, my question is, why do they even do apologetics? Why don't they just repeat to themselves and other people, like, God can do what he wants. If you don't like it or don't understand it, tough luck. Like, he's in charge, you're not.
They basically do that. I mean...
But like, why doesn't he just say one sentence? Like, just repeat for an hour? Like, why does he use so many words? Why does he write books?
Well,
why
because they love it. They love talking about the text and what it means and the Greek.
But they don't care. They really don't care.
No. James White cares. He cares about what the text actually says and means.
He pretends to care because ultimately it's God's in charge.
Don't go anywhere, Heidi. Heidi's waiting, and Heidi's
no problem.
Yeah. So I'll talk to you a little bit longer, but I want to talk to Heidi because she's going through an existential angst right now because of this live stream. A faith crisis, yeah. Because of you, MacGruber, and people like you.
Well, Atheist Doug, you guide her through her faith crisis and back to God.
Okay. See ya.
Okay. Cheers.
Okay, Heidi, you're on.
My question is, that I'm trying to ask for myself and a lot of other struggling Christians, is genuinely, why is Jesus Christ the only way? Because Christianity is, in fact, one of the newer religions. And it is influenced by Judaism among many other religions. So that's my question. There's obviously something to Christianity because we are in the beginning of the end times. I'm simply asking so I can understand my Christian beliefs. So I do have to go because I'm not in an environment where I can talk long. So please, some Christians answer my questions. Thank you.
Okay,
I do have to go now.
What's your question?
Again,
One sentence.
My question is, why is Christianity the only way? Because it is, in fact, one of the newer religions.
Because it says so. That's why.
Because
there's your answer, Heidi. I just answered your question. Why is Christianity the only way? Because it says so in the scriptures.
And
what? You need more than the scriptures?
I want someone to help me expound so I don't understand from my human perspective, so I can better understand God from God's perspective.
What don't you understand?
A lot.
Christianity, you can only go to heaven if you're a Christian. A true Christian.
What about the other people who don't know any better?
Oh, you mean like someone who's never heard the gift?
The Vikings, the Aborigines, the Jews, anyone, atheists who don't know any better.
Well, if they...
Who genuinely don't know any better.
Okay, I can answer that for you. If they believe that God exists through his creation, like if they look up at the stars and say, oh, this can't be random chance, there has to be a God, then God is just, and I'm not God, so I don't know the mind of God, but there's good reason to believe that God will reward them for their belief in God, even though they haven't heard Jesus' name. And babies, and severely retarded, mentally handicapped people, if they can't process the gospel.
What about someone like me who is genuinely seeking after God, and I'm trying to grow as a Christian, but I'm struggling because I don't want to come from my human being perspective. I'm trying to go to God, and I don't understand God very well.
Well, you don't have to understand him. He's all powerful, all knowing. You'll never ever understand.
What do you mean
him.
I don't have to understand him?
You only
I don't want him sending me to hell because I don't understand him.
You only need to understand what he's revealed through his word. So read your Bible every day.
Halfway makes sense. Okay. Because we're obviously living in the beginning of the end times. There's got to be something to this Christian beliefs. I wish I understood it better.
I wouldn't say it's obvious because, there's been people like you, Heidi, during World War I who said we're living in the end times and that Jesus will return any year now because, people were dying during World War I. And then they said the same thing during World War II. They probably even said the same thing during the American Revolution.
Okay, but I don't believe in I'm not a pre-tribber, as I've told you before. I believe Jesus is coming back. Yes, I believe he is the Son of God. It doesn't mean I understand it very well.
Yeah, why are you putting this pressure on yourself?
Human being.
Don't put so much pressure on yourself, Heidi. You don't have to understand everything.
Well, that's what God says I do, or he will send me to hell, and I don't want to go to hell.
Well, okay, just ask Jesus Christ into your heart. Have you done that already?
Yes. Doesn't mean I understand him very well.
Anyway, but do you truly, Heidi, do you truly believe that Jesus died for your sins and rose again?
Yes.
Okay. Do you love Jesus?
But again, my separate question is, how is he the only way when there are other religions and I'm confused
they're all false.
About so much?
Heidi, it's simple. The other religions are false. Christianity is the only true one.
Expound on that.
Well, I mean, it's obvious that Islam was just made as there were certain people who disagreed with some parts of Christianity and Judaism, and so they came up with a new religion called Islam, and then the Mormons did the same thing. So we can discount Mormonism, we can discount Islam. Judaism is basically a part of Christianity, except they reject the Messiah.
Why?
So
Why
they got
is it
wrong.
a part of Christianity?
Oh, because without the Torah, you can't have Jesus. And Jesus mentioned Genesis, he mentioned Isaiah, he mentioned the prophets. So if Christianity
that's where you lose me, Doug. That's where you lose me. That's where I get confused. Why?
Why what?
Why is Jesus the Jewish Messiah, but then did he convert to Christianity? That's where I get confused.
No, Jesus never was a Christian.
What do you mean he wasn't?
Jesus is the basis for people to become Christians, but he himself was a Jew.
I've never been able to make sense of that. It is what I've been taught to believe, but just because you've been taught to believe something doesn't mean you understand it.
Yeah, like it makes no sense to call.
Me.
It would make no sense to call Yahweh a Jew, right? It wouldn't make.
I don't know.
Like,
I don't know what
you
to
don't call
God for God
a Jew. You call God.
When I pray to God, I hope he hears my prayers because I'm trying to understand it, but I'm a flawed created human being, and that's all I can understand. I have a limited understanding.
Heidi, you've done what you needed to do. You're fine. You're going to go to heaven. You already said you believe, truly.
I do believe, but how do I live by it if I don't fully understand it? And I only understand some of my Christian beliefs, as I said before.
Heidi, Jesus said, "Let the children come to me." Like you need the faith of a child. That's all you need. And so even if children can't understand things like adults do, and you're an adult, so you understand probably more than a child does. So, and if Jesus can accept the little ones, the children, he can accept you. So you have nothing to worry about.
Well, I thought he was mad at me or something. I thought he was going to condemn me to hell because I'm striving to understand him, and I just, as I've said before many times on your channel and probably others, but I'm my Christian faith is not the easiest to understand for me.
Yeah, I understand, but just stop worrying. Like it says in the scriptures, do not worry about tomorrow. Tomorrow will worry about itself.
No, not that. I'm saying spiritually.
Spiritually what?
Well, Carly, I have so many questions. Like I have 50 questions for God that I only understand some of them. It's like
Okay, pretend
I
I'm
only
God.
understand about 10 questions.
I understand God pretty well, so go ahead and
I
ask.
don't.
Ask and I'll answer for you on behalf of God.
Where? Well, you're gonna have to help me.
I'll be his prophet.
Um, how is he not a Christian if he's a Jewish? That has always thrown me off.
Oh no, don't
I've
let
never
that
understood that.
don't let that bother you. Like if that bothers you, then sure, view Jesus as a Christian. But Jesus is the source of Christianity. So to call
He's the source of it.
without Jesus, there is
How
no
can he
Christianity.
be the source of it if he's a Jew?
Because Judaism came, like the Old Testament is for the Jews, right? The New Testament is for the Christians. But all the New Testament is based upon the prophecies and the foundation of the Old Testament. Without the Old Testament, you can't have the New Testament. Now, you can have the Old Testament without the New Testament, but you can't have the New Testament without the Old Testament. So Judaism could be true and Christianity false, but if Christianity is true, you get the Old Testament in for free. So
really?
So yeah, it's the Jews that started Christianity. And then Paul opened it up to the Gentiles.
Jews started Christianity.
A small sect of Jews, yeah, probably the Essenes. They're called the Essenes. They weren't the Pharisees.
The Messianic Jews?
Yeah.
Yeah. The Messianic Jews is not Christianity. That's what I've been taught. I don't know why. It's just what I've been
They're
taught.
Christians. They believe that Jesus is the Messiah. So you got Jews that don't believe that Jesus are the Messiah, and they're all going to go to hell.
Well, how come you're an atheist if you know more than I do? I'm confused. I've got to start over.
Well, because I'm an atheist because I don't believe the core, like the things within the Bible are true, the core things. But I understand them because I
understand them. Well, I've got to go to God because I'm a little lost here. Okay.
No, but Heidi, I'm sincerely trying to help you here. I'm not being facetious.
So am I. I'm not trying to make anybody mad.
But please listen to my advice, and you can choose to reject it or not. Okay? But here's my advice for you. My advice for you is stop worrying so much. Stop trying to figure everything out, and just trust God that you are a true believer, a true Christian. Pray to Him every day.
I do.
Yeah, good. And if you love God, you obey Him. So keep His commandments. In the New Testament.
I'm doing better than I used to. I'm growing, but I don't understand all of it.
That's fine. Like you don't have to understand it. I don't understand it.
Feel fine to me.
Why don't you feel fine?
Because I don't want Him sending me to hell. I don't want Him mad at me.
But why would He send you to hell if you've accepted the gift of salvation?
I'm scared of God sometimes.
But he's not going to send you to hell if you're a true believer. Are you basically questioning whether you're a true believer?
Kind of. Sometimes I don't understand everything in my Christian faith.
Do you love God?
It bothers me.
Do you love Jesus?
Yes.
Okay. Do you
I'm
walk
better at
do
following
you walk
Him than
and
I
obey?
used to be.
Okay. And do you commit like the same sins over and over again?
No, not anymore.
Okay, you're fine.
Not as much as I used to.
You're fine. You're going to go to heaven.
Not as much as I used to.
Don't worry.
Not as much as I used to. I'm getting better. But it's like happening very slowly.
Okay, Heidi. But
so I'm ashamed to admit.
I'm trying to encourage you and give you some stability here, and it almost seems like you don't want it.
Huh?
I'm trying to help you, and you don't seem like you even want my help.
No, I do want it.
Okay, then just...
I just got more questions.
Okay. What's your questions?
Yeah. I'm just not... How do you... I'm not trying to make anybody mad. How do you make sense of Jesus being a Jew, but He's one of the founders of the Christian beliefs? And He died and rise again for my sins. He's coming back for the Christian believers, and I guess whoever else doesn't know any better, I don't know.
That's
my question.
Heidi, this is not a real question you have.
Are you serious? I'm trying to ask you a question.
I've already answered that question. It seems you're more worried about hell than anything. So
Yeah.
why don't you ask me a question about hell, and I'll answer on behalf of God.
Why is hell? Does anybody ever get out of hell? Why does hell really exist for human beings?
Hell exists for human beings because God is perfect and he cannot have any blemish in heaven. So the way people get into heaven is by accepting the gift of salvation, having their sins cleansed, and by accepting that gift. And when they do that, then God allows them to heaven. Those people who have not accepted the gift are not true Christians. They go to this place called hell. Now, some Christians don't believe hell is a place. But they're heretics. We don't listen to them.
Okay.
Yeah, and so once you go into hell, you can't get to heaven. God has set it up in such a way that your decision has to be made here on earth, and then you're judged eternally after you die. So the Catholics think there's purgatory, but they're heretics, and there's these progressive Christians who think that the doors of hell are locked on the inside, and you can get out of hell and go to heaven. But they're all heretics. Don't listen to them. The truth is, there's only two places you go after you die. It's either heaven or hell. And if you reject God in hell, Jesus will reject you in front of his Father, and you won't get into heaven. But you have not done that, so you're going to go to heaven.
Well, I have done it, but I don't want to go to hell.
Yeah, but you ask
trying to understand
Heidi, you're not perfect. You're going to make mistakes, and you just ask God for forgiveness. And but as long as you don't live your life like it says in 1 Corinthians 9, you live like you're not a homosexual, are you?
No.
Okay,
I'm
good.
not.
And you don't sleep around with other men, and
no.
You're not trans.
No.
No. Okay, so you're fine. As long as you don't live your life like that, like those big sins, you should be able to go to heaven. You'll be good. You don't steal every day.
No.
You never killed a person. You don't kill people on a daily basis. You looked up when I said you never killed a person.
Well,
there was that one day in Tampa.
Well,
have you killed a person?
I had an abortion when I was 20.
Oh.
Yeah. Because my boyfriend at the time was abusing me.
Okay.
That's the only reason I did what I did, because I was scared of him.
Okay. Did you ask God to forgive you?
And make our lives a living hell.
Did you? I completely understand. I understand your.
That's the only reason. And I'm going to be 46 next week.
And if I was in your shoes, I probably would have done the same thing. But you
no, I'm not proud of it.
But you asked God for forgiveness, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so that sin has been wiped clean.
Okay.
Do you still worry about that?
Yes, because I want to see him in heaven. I want to see my unborn child in heaven. I would have named him Alexander Tonte.
Alexander Tonte?
Yeah, because my boyfriend at the time was Charlie Tonte.
Okay.
That I got pregnant by.
Okay. Well, have I helped you at all here today?
Yes, you have. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. You have a good day, Heidi.
Thank you. You too.
Oy vey. That was hard work. Do I get any gold stars from Christians? My, oh my. See, a lot of atheists would have done the opposite of what I did. That would have been bad. Oh no, not you again.
I love it.
What do you want, John?
I just say hello to you, man, and will you say a prayer? We want to say a prayer?
No. I don't believe in prayer.
Intercede. And
Your connection's always garbage, John. Someone else call in. John loves me, but he needs to go. Okay, I'll give you one more chance, John, but please, someone else call in. Your connection's always bad, John.
oh, hold on 1 second.
Pay your internet bill.
It's Ireland, man. Have you ever been to Ireland?
No. There's
You need to come.
There's
I'm
no
gonna-
reason to
I'm gonna
leave
invite
the
you.
best country in the world.
I'm going to invite you to Ireland.
Okay, maybe someday I'll go and meet you.
Oh, 100%, man. So we can have an intercession for for lost people of the world.
An intercession? You mean for Heidi?
No, I'm enjoying your last one. Your last message was absolutely amazing. You had this guy, Chris, and some other guy. You had a Calvinist, and what was the other one? It was
What I was just saying with Leighton Flowers and James White, the debate I just went through? Or are you talking about, I don't know what you're talking about, John.
No. Sorry, it was. Okay, yeah. It was it wasn't this time. It was the last one. I think it was two guys. They were a plagiarist and a Calvinist, was it? And you were in the middle, just commenting on it.
Oh, yeah.
And then,
Yeah. You like that?
amazing. For somebody like me coming through all this stuff, what you're doing, right? What you're doing, just encourage you a bit, right? What you're doing is exposing all the
problems,
the importance of Christianity.
Yeah. If you like it, I can keep doing it. This channel is run just for you, John.
Oh no, it's not. No, come on. Okay,
Hang on, Levi. I'll get right to you.
Okay, we have nothing to disagree with. I like to have a fight here.
You like to fight me?
Well, yeah, because you're a serious good debater. I like to test my muscles on you, like.
Well, America's way better than Ireland. You want to fight about that?
Yeah, well, I like your government, but I think you're losing your freedom.
Well, that's true. But we'll get it back.
What you need to do, huh?
We'll get it back.
Well, you need to get. Look, I know. I had a bit of a debate about you with Trump, right? Trump.
Oh no, we don't want to talk about Trump today. Let's at least keep it on topic with Calvinism and non-Calvinism and Christianity and stuff.
Yeah, but we've come out. I've deconstructed. You've deconstructed. I'm not sure we agree on everything there, but what I want to agree as two atheists, or how do we go forward? What's the best government for two atheists?
What's the best government for two atheists? Christian nationalism.
Yeah, No, I don't think so.
I just said that so someone can clip it and think I'm serious. What's the best government? Well, probably some version of secular humanism, but my fear with it is that that itself becomes a religion. So just always questioning, critical thinking, no taboos, free speech, being able to say what you think is true. Any government that allows free speech, the potential for misinformation, the potential for hurt feelings, I think all that's good. But now I'm going to let Levi in, okay? Thanks. Levi.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Awesome. I just wanted to talk about first the intercession you did for that lady. I think it was pretty interesting. Was not what I was expecting, but it was pretty interesting. And then also,
I gave her what she needed.
Yes. And I just wanted to also highlight the fact that what she's struggling with is what I find is the issue with Christianity as a whole. Now, I do believe in God. I believe in the Bible and all the 9 yards, but I don't identify at all with Christianity in general, whether Calvinist or non-Calvinist for the most part. And it's pretty much because of what thing they have in common, which is the whole idea of eternal hell, and the non-Calvinist believes in free will.
So Levi, what you're saying is you're a flag-waving phony Christian.
Well, I wouldn't say so, because I could actually prove all of what I believe from the same scripture that they use, which boggles my mind that they can't see that. So it's
Wait a minute.
terrible.
You can prove that hell doesn't exist
Yes.
using
100%.
scripture?
Yes. Just based on just starting on the fact that the word hell itself, it's nowhere in the scripture. There's no word that is hell.
What did Jesus mean when he said, "Fear not the one who can destroy the body, but fear the one who can destroy the soul in hell"?
Yeah, so when he said that, he was referring to Gehenna, which is an actual place in Israel where they dump the dead bodies and trash and all of that. Now, as far as destroying both the soul and the body, it comes down to what you understand as a soul. The soul is not an ethereal thing like a spirit. A lot of Christians often conflate the two, soul and spirit, together. A soul is really just who you are, as in your sensation, the person people see when they look at you, basically. And Jesus was also referring that in a sense.
Yeah,
to
but let's keep it on. I'll grant you that soul exists as
Okay.
an intangible, whatever mind's will. But what makes you think that the soul is not going to be tormented in some place?
Because it's not. It's not a. It's not what the text is even referring to as far
Well,
as
Jesus even
someone
brought
being
up the
tormented.
parable of was it Abraham?
The
Rich man, Lazarus. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the key thing about that. It's a parable. It's not meant to tell you about what's actually happening. It's a parable.
Well, Jesus told parables about kings, but kings really exist. So Jesus
Sure.
told a parable about hell. Hell really
Yes.
exists.
But Jesus is telling this parable to people to help them understand a deeper issue, and it wasn't the deeper issue had nothing to do with what happens after you die, because that if you look at the parable, it follows after other parables that Jesus was talking about, and that's essentially what he was getting at. Not what happens after you die. Jesus believes, like the rest of the Jews, that when you die, you remain dead. You're unconscious. You're in an unconscious state in death, not some sort of ethereal existence in some afterlife. Jesus didn't believe in that.
Okay, so you believe hell really is non-existence.
Correct. There is no such thing as hell. There is a lake of fire, but the people sent to the lake of fire is called the second death. They die in the lake of fire. It's not torment or torture. There are only three people who are tormented in the lake of fire, which is the devil himself, the beast, and the false prophet. Those are the only people for whom the lake of fire is torment. But even their torment is not forever. It's not forever. The word forever is not even. It doesn't make any sense in the Bible. The word that was used there is aeonian, which really means like a period of time that is unknown, like
Okay, but so you do believe in hell, just a different version. Hell's non-existence. So someone is very. There's a lot of people who are very, very fearful of not existing. How do you have eternal life? Let's test the true Christian here.
Absolutely. You have eternal life based on what Jesus did. Right now, every single human being is saved. But not. How will I put it? It's not apparent now that everyone is saved. Well, better to say everyone will.
Well, wait a minute. You don't believe some people will poof and be gone, non-existent?
No, not at all. Christ came for every single human being.
So hell is non-existence, but it's moot because everybody's going to be saved. You're a universalist.
I guess you can call me a universalist, but I don't identify with that terms, because some universalists don't really care for the Bible. They don't even care for Jesus per se. To them, Jesus is just one way to the eternal life that we talk about. But I actually care for the Bible, so I usually don't identify myself as such. But yeah, I do believe everyone will be saved.
So Rob can be a serial killer, a pedophile, and still go to heaven.
Correct.
Without repenting.
He's not. Yeah, but the thing is, it's not about him going to this heaven, right? He's still going to face God at the judgment, right? But Christ died for Rob.
Okay, what's going to happen at the judgment for Rob?
Rob is going to be chastened. He's going to be repaid for the wrong that he did. So he will be judged at the great white throne. He'll
Yeah,
be
but
set right.
judgment means nothing to me. It's the punishment. So like a judge can judge me to say, I find you guilty of, say, pedophilia or murder or whatever.
Right.
Who cares what the judgment is if there's no actual punishment? So what's the punishment God does?
But that's the thing. The scripture joins the judgment with the chastening. We're looking at judgment as we look at it in modern times, as a judge pronouncing, oh, yay or nay, or to this person, you're going to prison, blah, blah, blah. But in the scripture, judgment is a place where you're setting matters right. You're deciding matters.
Okay, but how does God set it right after death?
Right then and there at the great white throne, he will judge the.
Right, but again, what is he going to do? So let's say I'm a serial killer.
Mm-hmm.
And I die and I'm facing judgment.
Okay.
Does God just say, you bad boy? Is that it?
No, but the thing is that we're not necessarily told what he is going to do. All we're told is that that person will be chastened. They'll be repaid for the evil that they did. That's what we're told. But we're not told what that repayment is going to look like. We just have to leave it in God's hand that, oh, he will repay.
That's the wrong word. He doesn't repay me. He has to repay the people who've been injured by me.
Yeah, no. So repay, it's used in that sense that he is repaying them for what they did. Yeah, he will also make do for those people who've been wrong as well. God will judge the matters, right? He's going to repay good for those people who've done good. He will repay, judgment and chastening for those who have done evil. So, but that is happening at the great white throne itself.
Okay, so you get all this. Repayment and chastening, and then everybody goes to heaven.
No, not necessarily. So not at that moment. Everyone who is judged at the great white throne, they get sent into the second death, and then it is after that eon is passed. So just to kind of put it in a timeline, we're living in this age right now. There's 2 more ages to come, or 2 more eons to come. The next one to come is the 1,000-year reign of Christ. And then after that, it's the new heavens and the new earth. After the 1,000 years of Christ is when the great white throne judgment happens. Then after that judgment, that ushers in the new heavens and the new earth. So it's when that eon finishes that people get resurrected back, and then God becomes all in all. And that's usually what's called the consummation.
Where does the Antichrist fit into this?
The Antichrist fits in this age. So he comes in at the end.
Oh, we're in the age of the Antichrist right now?
Well, yeah, he's going to be coming in this age. Not that we're in his age. It's more like he will show up in this third eon that we're living in.
How long is an eon?
An eon is not, we're not necessarily given a time period of an eon. That's why the only thing that's unique about the next eon is that it's actually given.
So it could be 100,000 years before Jesus reigns for 1,000. It could be like a long time from now.
Well, no, I doubt that. It could be, but I doubt that. And the reason I do doubt that is just because all things point to, I don't know, things wrapping up as far as I can see it here. I don't see it as getting any longer as 100,000 years or anything like that.
Okay, yeah. Can I ask a very simple question?
Sure.
Do you believe the Bible is the inspired word of God?
Yes.
Why?
Because it's the things it speaks about. It comes to me as something as self-evident as far as what it describes about reality, what it describes about human beings in general, what it talks about in general about everything. It just makes sense to me that it is inspired by God.
Okay, now if I was to say it makes sense to me that it isn't, how do we break the tie?
Well, I would ask, what is your point of comparison, right? Like for me, for example, if I look at the story of Genesis, I compare that with all the ancient stories of their own beginnings.
I think they're all wrong. So what do we do now? Why do you think it's right? Could it be that the Genesis story in the Bible is just as wrong as other creation myths?
I mean, that most definitely can be possible, but I think also comes down to faith as well. What
do you mean by faith?
Faith is in you believe it to be true on the basis of it on the basis of it alone being inspired by God, right? You just have to believe that. If you don't believe that, then you don't believe that. I start with faith, and then I learn the truth from that.
Okay, if I use faith to say that the Bible has nothing to do with God, what would you ask me?
I would ask you why. I would ask you, why did your faith point to that direction?
Okay, and I would say something like, well, it's more likely that men use stories to create new stories, and that some of it might be true, but the main things are more likely to be false. For example, is it more likely that a man really did rise from the dead 2,000 years ago, or that a book just makes up a story that says he did? What's more likely?
I would say it's more likely that a man did raise 2,000 years ago, based on that man existing to begin with, and based on the events that transpired after that man.
Okay. Well, the first point, you don't believe Islam is true, right? But Muhammad actually existed, so we can throw that one out. What about the stuff that happened after that makes you think it's true?
Well, it depends on what Muhammad was proclaiming, right? It was Muhammad proclaiming to be the way and all those things. If he was, then
no, I'm just saying, the fact that Jesus existed doesn't make Christianity more likely to be true, because for the same reason Muhammad really existed, that doesn't make it more likely Islam is true. Like, I guess in a sense, you need a real Jesus in order for Christianity to have a real guy die and a real guy alive. So in that sense, I agree with you. But in what way do you believe? Why do you believe Jesus rose from the dead, for example?
I believe it first and foremost because I just because it's just the faith part of it. There's no I can't point to you to say, oh, that's proof that Jesus raised from the dead.
So you believe it just because you believe it? Because that's what you said faith was. Faith is just believing that something's true. So if you believe by faith Jesus rose from the dead, what you're really saying is you believe Jesus rose from the dead because you believe it.
Yeah, I could say that.
But then I could say, I don't believe Jesus rose from the dead, and you have to say, why? Because I don't believe it.
Oh, well, in that case, then I'll say, yeah, sure.
But we haven't really accomplished anything, have we?
Well, the thing is, it's one of those things where you have to kind of look at what our sources are, right? Because I base my faith based on the source of the Bible, that, I look at the Bible and I say, this is the word of God, and I believe that. But in your case, you don't see that, right? You don't see the Bible as the word of God.
Right, but I'm asking you, like, when you look at the Bible, you said you see the word of God, but I'm asking why?
Because it aligns with what I see in reality. Like I mentioned, the whole creation story, the events of the Bible, of the Old Testament, those things align.
Okay, let's take these one at a time, because I know it might be tedious, but it's fun. I think.
It's fun,
yeah. The first thing you said is because it aligns with reality.
Yes.
I'm sure I could find things in the Book of Mormon, even in the Quran, even in completely fictional novels that you can buy in your bookstore that where some parts do indeed align with reality.
Okay.
Like a man and woman. Let's say we open up a fictional novel that says there's only two sexes, male and female. Well, that aligns with reality, but does that mean it's from God?
Well, the Bible, when it comes to male and female, talks about how the woman was out of the man.
Yeah, no, don't get hung up on that specific example. My main point is that a book or several books can reflect reality and still have nothing to do with God, right?
Sure.
As far as being inspired by God, authors to write it. Okay, so what makes you think that even though the Bible can align with reality, it still could be true that a creator God has nothing to do with the Bible?
Well, it depends too on where or when that book was written, right? If it was written in a time when we don't have, the scientific method to discover all these things and learn all those things, and someone is telling you something that the scientific method only verifies thousands of years later, I have to say, okay, well, that's
okay,
not natural,
now,
right?
Yes, now you're saying something that I can relate to. So it makes predictions that nobody at the time would have known. Can you give an
That's
example?
one at least. One example would be, like I mentioned, woman being out of man. I would say that it shows at the very least that the two sexes originated out of what was one person, at least, one being, rather than the two sexes just somehow just jumping into existence.
Wait, does science
separate.
say that women came from men?
That's the thing. I don't necessarily say. Well, the thing is, I wouldn't say that science says that because I haven't done the research.
Yeah,
to
no,
find
it
that
doesn't.
out,
It
but-
says, I think the current, whether you agree with it or not, I think the consensus of science would say that both men and women evolved from a common ancestor.
In other
Monkeys.
words- yeah, but monkeys.
We don't
those
believe that
monkeys,
garbage,
male,
right?
male. No, not at all. Monkeys, male and female.
But that's
or
what
they-
science says, you know.
But what that was that common ancestor of one being, or was it always two beings? I guess that's where I would ask science.
Well, no,
right?
the closest you could get to the biblical parallel would be that women came from some type of amoeba, from a pond scum.
And then men came from where?
And men came from there too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so at some point there was no sexes, and then it broke off for some strange reason.
Okay.
If you believe that evolutionary nonsense.
I love your sarcasm. But no, but yeah, no, I definitely, to me, what makes more sense is the biblical narrative, I guess, to put it simply. I mean, that makes more sense to me than the amoeba and the.
Yeah, but Levi, here's the problem. And I like you, Levi. We're having a great conversation. I have no animosity, and I don't want to deconvert you or anything. But the problem with saying it just makes sense to me is the Book of Mormon makes sense to Mormons. The Quran makes sense to Muslims. The Torah makes sense to Jews. You could go on, and yet my guess is you don't believe that all those other books are, well, except for maybe the Torah, are true. And so my advice to you is, if in the future you get asked, why do you believe the Bible is the Word of God? Don't say, because it makes sense to me.
Okay.
But you were on the right track with, let's say, scientific type predictions that nobody at the time knew. I think that's a better way to go. Prophecy is a good way to go too, but
right.
But which is like predictions as well, but doesn't have to be scientific. But then again, like some of the best prophecies I've looked at, I spit on. I mean, they're not, like, for example, is there a prophecy you like that you think is really knocked down, slam good prophecy?
It's going to be in Daniel, where he prophesied
Daniel 9.
about the Medes and the Persians coming over. Pretty much how the Greeks will come over after these guys, and the Medes after these guys. Kind of.
Oh,
like
yeah.
That part was.
Is that Daniel
nice.
13? I don't know, something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. So now, you're saying there's a book there's a chapter in the book of Daniel that talks about all the different kingdoms in the order and so forth. See, a guy like me can very easily come along and say, "Hey, whoever wrote that wrote it after it happened, after the fact," and then it's very easy to fill in, right? And so now I might be wrong, but that's a very, very easy way for me to get out of that prophecy, even though I could be wrong and you could be right. I mean, I just say, well, and to know for sure when that chapter of Daniel was written, people argue about it, but of course those evil secular humanist Old Testament professors, they'll say what I just said. Yeah, it was written after the fact.
So the thing is, and the reason why I said that I believe it, just because I do believe it, is because of that, in a sense that no matter what truth you can point to in the scripture, anyone, and I mean anyone, can find a reason not to believe it.
Yes, you're right.
So that's why, to me, going through the back and forth of, here's the evidence here, here's the evidence here, it is as much as a waste of time to me.
Exactly. Daniel, Levi, Levi, you and I are in the same line of thought here, because the older I get, the more I find conversations like this a waste of time. But I think the most important question for both of us is, like, what would change my mind to become a Christian, and what would change your mind to leave Christianity? And that's where the rubber really hits the road. And for me, I need to see an amazing miracle. Like,
Okay.
yeah.
I don't think this may change your mind, but I have something that I think you lacked as a Christian. And what I think that thing is truth. And I know that's a bold claim, but
Truth?
just hear me out. Yeah. Yes,
truth.
Truth concerning God. Truth concerning God and his word, right? It's a bold claim. So here's what I mean by that. Like the woman who called earlier complaining about hell and being fearful of it, I truly believe that Christianity as a whole has done a great job at painting God as a monster, put it simply. I believe that right now, God is at peace with the entire world. God is at peace with them. And God is extending that peace to everyone. He's not trying to throw people into hell. You right now, Doug, if you continue in your atheism, your end is not to be in this place where you're tormented for eternity. Your end will eventually be to find your all in God. Whether you choose to believe him now or not, I don't care how you live the rest of your life. That's the truth of it.
How do you get by the problem of evil?
Oh, that's not even a problem at all, at least in the absolute sense. God in Isaiah said he created evil. And a lot of Christians will tell you up and down that, no, that means calamity. It doesn't mean.
Okay. This is good. This is good, Levi. Do I have your, I said earlier, I'm not trying to deconvert you, but do I have your permission to try to deconvert you right now?
Go for it.
Okay, good. I got consent. I will now proceed to violate you.
Go for it.
Sorry for the euphemisms. Do you believe God likes sin?
No.
Okay. Do you believe God sees the future?
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe that when God created the heavens and the earth, he foresaw sin would result?
Yes.
Do you believe God had the choice to not create?
Not create at all?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. You're in trouble now.
Go for it. I'm taking your advice. You said walk into the trap. So
yeah, walk into the trap. Because of all the questions I just asked you, you've admitted God has free will and could have chosen not to create.
Yes.
You've admitted he does not like any sin.
Yes.
Oh, I forgot to ask one other question. Do you believe God is self-sufficient, lacking nothing?
Yes.
Okay. So he's self-sufficient, lacking nothing. He doesn't need anything. He doesn't need to create. He doesn't even need humans. He does not like sin. In fact, he hates sin. You agree?
Yes.
Right. Yet he created a world where he knew with certainty what he hates would result. So here's my question. Why create?
Why create? Because God is love. And the purpose of love is in sharing that with beings.
Was God all loving before creation?
Yes.
Now, does his love increase after creation?
No.
So he gains nothing by creating in terms of love.
The purpose of love is not necessarily to increase, but to expand, to share. No, maybe not expand. Is not the right word, but to be shared, basically. To
okay, but God didn't need to share his love. Correct?
No.
Okay, so if he doesn't need to share his love, and he knew with 100% certainty that by creating it will result in sin, which he hates, why create?
Because sin is a backdrop to his creatures understanding his love or being enveloped in his love. Sin was a necessary ingredient for that.
But he hates it. Like imagine God's. Have you heard my cheesecake analogy?
I don't remember it.
Okay.
I've heard it, but I don't remember.
So imagine God sitting on his great white throne, and Levi, you're the chef of heaven, and you come up to him and say, "Hey Yahweh, I got 2 desserts here for you."
Okay.
On plate number 1 is cheesecake, New York cheesecake. Oh, it is perfect. Okay. And plate 2 is also cheesecake, but sprinkled with some dirt on top. The dirt represents sin.
Okay.
Okay. The cheesecake without the dirt represents God and his being before creation. So which would you think God would choose? The cheesecake with no dirt or the cheesecake with dirt, which represents sin?
Is that dirt staying on the cheesecake forever?
Uh,
or is that dirt just put on the cheesecake to for a greater purpose to, I don't know, make the cheesecake be better for the person eating the cheesecake? Is God eating that cheesecake?
yeah, no, God's eating the cheesecake. The cheesecake's for God. And he's God, so he can eat as much cheesecake as he wants, and he never gets overweight. It's an obvious answer, right? He's going to choose the cheesecake without the dirt on it.
Yeah. So
then why create?
The issue is that creation, yes, it is for God, but it also is for our ultimate good and benefit as well. Like you mentioned, I think you mentioned earlier when you were talking about the whole thing about non-existing, you prefer to exist than not to exist. Oh no, wait, did you
No,
say
I don't believe that.
No, okay, never mind. I'm putting words in your mouth.
Yeah.
That's not what you said. But I would say to exist is better than non-existing in the sense that if the end goal of existing is to be in that enveloped
For
in
humans,
God's
you're
love.
talking about. You're not talking about God.
For humans, yes,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
also I would say also for God in a sense that it's the purpose of love to be, I don't know, it's kind of like that feeling you get when you give someone something. When you give someone something, you're not necessarily, gaining anything from it per se, but it's just, it feels good. I'll put it that way. When you get,
Yeah, but God doesn't need to feel good. He is good.
yeah, but he is good, and that's
Okay.
the thing.
You walked into my trap, Levi.
Uh-huh.
You see this? Can you see it?
Yes, God, and then God's human sin
Yeah.
love.
So this is the world before creation. It was just God. And if you're a Trinitarian, it's God in three persons. He can relate to himself.
Yes.
By creating, God's still there.
Right.
But now we have humans. Now we have great things like love, but we also have sin. Are you saying this is better than this?
Ultimately, yes.
Oh, you're saying that God alone is not sufficient.
No. That has nothing to do with his.
Well, if one is better than the other, that means one is worse than the other.
So the way Paul paints it is that before creation, God was all in himself. After creation, God is now all in all. He is all in everyone. He is everything to you.
You're saying the world of God alone is not as good as the world of God and everybody else.
But who is there to say what is good and not good?
God.
When God was no, but that's the thing. But that's the issue, right? It's not that God is comparing the before and after. To him, it's not a matter of, oh, this is better and this is not better, or this is not good. It's more in the sense that him being all in himself is sufficient as God. He doesn't become more God or less God when he becomes all in you.
Yeah, I understand. But we've added, by him creating, we added something that he knew would happen with certainty, and that's sin. Sin is opposing to God's nature. So he could have avoided all sin by not creating. Now, for Levi, I understand why you're pushing back on this, because my guess is you cannot conceive of a world like us existing without God. Like God has to exist for us to be here. But what I'm saying is that the fact that we exist is evidence your God doesn't.
Jeez, that makes no sense to me.
because of the problem of evil. Because there is no problem of evil for atheists, but the problem of evil for Christians is that God does not like sin. He hates it. He doesn't like rebellion. He doesn't like disbelief. He doesn't like rape. He doesn't like murder. Like, do you know any woman who's been raped? You don't have to say her name, but
yes.
Okay, so think of that person in your head. Now, think of the time prior to creation. So it's God's alone in three persons.
Okay.
He sees that rape, that individual that you're thinking of. He saw that before the creation of the universe, that rape would happen if he created. And he said to himself, let's say her name is Latasha.
Sure.
He saw Latasha getting raped. And he said, if I create, that's going to happen. And he said, I'm okay with that. Let's do it. That's the God you believe in.
No, that's more like the God Leighton Flowers believes in.
Wait a
God-
minute. You don't believe God sees the future?
No, he does. But,
Okay, so
but,
he saw that rape. What part do you disagree with? And he created it anyhow.
Yeah, he created anyhow. But the thing is, that's not the end of Latasha's story. Let's add even more layer to that. Let's say Latasha is an atheist. In people like Leighton Flowers' world or the free will folks' world, that girl would be raped, and because she's not a believer, her end is to then suffer in hell for all eternity. So she gets dealt evil here and then evil some more in the afterlife. I don't believe that. I believe that Latasha, her life or what happened to her so that what happens afterwards, what God will bring out of it for Latasha, would be so grand for Latasha that
You're talking about heaven, right?
not even just heaven, not just heaven. Yes, heaven in the sense that, oh, the afterlife or whatever, but more than that, what God will do for her, for what she has gone through, would justify her existence, and also what happened to her.
So you're saying God's going to repay her in some way for being raped?
Yes.
Why not just create Latasha and give her all this great stuff without being raped first?
Oh man, if there was two gods in an election and one said, I can get you, Latasha, to this end goal without this, or Latasha, and the other guy was like, Latasha, I'll get you to this end goal, but through this, I will vote for the one that says without it. Trust me.
Okay, so you're on my side on this.
Right, but
God
that's
doesn't
not the
need
God we have.
God doesn't need Latasha to suffer like that, and God doesn't even need to reward Latasha. And if Latasha's never created, guess what? Latasha's not going to miss the reward. She'll be non-existent. There'll be no feelings, no rats. I wish I was created so God could reward me. I mean, there's none of that. But what you would avoid is the rape.
I would, but here's the thing. That's not the God we have, right? That's not the God we're given. That's not the God.
Now you're starting to sound like
we
James
have in the
White.
Bible.
Now you're starting to sound like James White. You're presupposing that this God has to exist.
Okay.
Rather than saying, okay, Doug, you might have a point. Maybe God does exist, but not the God I think does. Maybe he doesn't see the future. Maybe he was shocked. And so I never foresaw that Latasha would be raped. Maybe he doesn't have free will. Maybe my hands were tied. I had to create, Doug. I mean, if I had my choice, I wouldn't have, but I had to because I'm a creator God. And what good is a creator God without creating? This is what some Christians say. Or they say, well, God is not all powerful. He actually has some weaknesses. And one of them is he needs to share his love and to be loved in return and worshiped in return. He's a little bit needy. So some Christians go that route. But the God you believe in, Levi, is not all those things. And so you're stuck with God seeing that rape, seeing every sinful, heinous action before he created, seen it perfectly and said, I'm going to do it anyhow, even though I don't have to and don't need to. That's the real problem of evil in a nutshell that most Christians don't even try to tackle.
To say that he doesn't need to or he doesn't have to, I guess I'll have to go back on that and say I don't think the Bible paints it that way. When it comes to love, the Bible paints it that what God does, he does it because of who he is, right? If God is love, then everything he does is out of love.
I would say if God is love, he would never have created.
I don't agree with that.
I know you don't. That's because you're Christian.
Most Christians would not even call me a Christian. I don't.
Anyhow, I got to let you go. I got two other people, but I really enjoyed this conversation, and you can call back in the future.
Will do. Thank you.
See ya. Black Doug. There's someone calling in named Black Doug, but I also have the Rational Liberal here. I like him.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, yeah, good to talk to you again.
Yeah, I haven't spoke to you in a while. How are you doing?
I've actually been quite sick.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I had so many good calls lined up because you got the guy who called in who was just mad at you for how you treat us liberals. And he was going after your IQ. Do you remember that? It was like about a month ago.
Yeah. I think I do know who you're talking about.
He was so triggered by you, and I was cracking up. But anyways, what would you like to talk about tonight?
Did you enjoy the James White Leighton debate? You didn't even hear it.
I came in late. I'll have to check it out. I'm behind.
Do you think I did the right thing with Heidi? Did you hear me talk to Heidi?
No, I literally just got back from a dinner, and I will have to check that out because I know Heidi is quite the firecracker. So I'm going to go by prior history. A priori, I'm going to say yes. You did the right thing.
Okay. Yeah, you're a typical liberal coming into the live stream ill-prepared.
I'm excited. I will say this: your videos, when I miss them, are often my drive to work material. I put it on the car on the YouTubes and listen to it, so it's a good.
Actually, you know what? Drive. I'm glad you're here because I do have something to ask you or
go at it.
Run by you. I was listening to the president of the Chicago's teacher union the other day, and she was bragging that 80% of the union are women. And she also bragged about a very large percent of them were black women. And the thought occurred to me, isn't she for diversity? Like, is diversity only apply like when there's too many white people? Or does it also apply when there's too many black people?
Well, no, you make a good point. And let me, well, okay, so here's my take on it. And did you know a lot of places like veterinary schools are actually trying to reach out to men because there's fields now where they're trying to get more men involved and they're purposely reaching out to men for
when
diversity.
You say men, do you mean men or men?
You know what I mean by men, Doug. You know what I mean.
You're talking about males, right?
I'm talking about people who identify as men.
Oh.
Come on. Hey, I'm not trying to bring in other issues here. I'm just trying to go one issue at a time.
Well, if I own a huge company and I had 50% men, 50% women, but the 50% that are men are actually trans men, is that diverse for you or no?
I'd want to know other aspects.
Really, aren't they all women?
I would say to some extent yes, to some extent no, because here's the problem: is diversity is not. It's your economic background, it's your political views. There's more to it than just, your gender.
And there's also more than just your color of skin too, right?
Of course. There's a lot to diversity.
Right. So when we want diversity in a workplace, what we're really saying is we want diversity of thought and opinions, right? Not skin color, not genitalia.
That's one of the goals. I think you achieve that goal by diversifying the individuals on their characteristics too.
Right. Characteristics, which would mean like just ways of thinking, ideas, creativity.
Yeah.
But you can have people of the same skin color who can be very, very diverse in all those aspects. So why the hang up with you liberals and diversity of color?
I think because it's a proxy for many things. Yeah.
That sounds racist to me.
Well, no. I'm trying to use big words because, last time we did the IQ test and I didn't do so well. So
that's right. Yeah, you failed my IQ test. Yeah.
I know. I'm trying to redeem myself here.
No worries, though. I actually have a soft spot for stupid people.
I had a joke right for you. I was going to say, Doug, we have a lot in common. I was going to make some jokes. But anyways, I think sometimes, unfortunately, we go the simple route by looking at diversity as only being our outward appearance. I think there is diversity inherent in outward appearance because it speaks to life experience, but we have to get to know the people sometimes more to understand their.
Wait a minute, what you just said something I disagree with. Right. Outward appearance is indicative of life experience?
To some extent.
Like if I see a guy wearing a cheap sweater and running shoes, do I assume they're middle class or lower, or do I assume it's Warren Buffett?
That's the thing, is you can be tricked. I'm not saying tricked in a bad way, but there's a lot of connections between, you've probably seen Shawshank Redemption, right?
Oh yeah, great movie.
Yes. So, at the end of the film,
I like movies with black people in it.
Doug. All right. So spoiler alerts, go watch the movie or or just mute for a second if you don't want to hear us. Don't turn off the stream.
But
But at the end of the movie,
give spoilers.
Yeah.
That's an old movie.
Okay, spoilers. It's an old movie, and go watch it. But at the end of the movie, he walks into the bank and he's wearing, nice shoes. He's wearing a suit. He walks in, he takes out all the money, and they don't question him. It's almost because we have expectations.
White privilege.
To a certain extent, yes. I mean, you want to about white privilege. That's it. And especially when that film would have been what, the 70s or 60s? That's about when that would be, 60s-ish?
Yeah, I've never had to pay for a concert. I just wear good clothes and I walk in. I use my white privilege. I got into Taylor Swift for free.
Well, I think there is
Kidding.
We have unconscious, I wouldn't say racism, but unconscious bias. So do we agree to some extent white privilege did exist? Can I say white privilege did exist?
No, I say white privilege does exist. Not
okay,
dead.
It does exist. Okay,
Yeah.
I think it does exist still. How do you think it does exist these days? This conversation got interesting.
Yeah. Very simple things like if you go into a store and let's say something's missing off the shelf and there's only two people in the store. One's a black person wearing sneakers and the other one's me wearing $200 shoes. They're going to assume the black person did it, not me.
Yeah. I think that's
white privilege. Yep.
I wish Matt Walsh was walking up to you on the street and was like, "Hey, sir, tell me about white privilege." But I think you're right. That's a good example of white privilege.
But I have nothing against. I don't get triggered by saying that white privilege exists, but I do like to trigger people back and say privilege exists for a reason.
Okay. Why does it exist for a reason? Go ahead and tell me.
Well, where does privilege come from?
I think it comes from what people think inherently about people based
Statistics,
on...
that's where it comes from.
Yeah, but then the problem is then you're generalizing.
Yes, and there's nothing wrong with that.
You don't think there's anything wrong with generalizing?
No, you can generalize as long as you're willing to dig deeper. So, for example, I'm all for profiling.
Okay, I disagree, but go ahead.
Yeah. So, for example, is it possible that an 88-year-old grandma with blue hair, white bluish hair, who's in a wheelchair, is it possible she's going to take down an airliner? Like out of her volition, not that somebody planted it in her or whatever, but that she actually wants to do this. Yeah, it's possible. But if you're profiling, the more efficient thing is to look for younger males first.
And could we then see, all we have to do, I think, to make it fair is look for certain things that would indicate it, and then, especially with today's technology, just use it across everybody and then just act on those individuals. So if it is an 88-year-old grandma in a wheelchair, we could still act upon it, but the probability we would act upon it is very low because, like you're saying, we would probably be catching. I mean, I do agree. If you look at the history of airline attacks, it's not usually an 88-year-old grandma in a wheelchair. So what I'm saying is we just run the algorithms in such a way that we make it, and we have to make the algorithms not racist. Like we don't tell them, don't scan the 88-year-old grandma. Does that make sense? Like if the numbers...
Yeah, you're basically saying come up with technology that's more efficient, and I'm not opposed to that.
Yeah.
But I'm still not hearing a disagreement with what I said.
Okay, so here's my disagreement. My disagreement is if you have someone behind the computer that every time a younger man walks through the airline, they're putting him under extreme scrutiny, I think that's racist. And if we design an algorithm, or sexist, racist, sexist, but if you design an algorithm that uses kind of it says in the airport you will be monitored with an electronic eye. I mean, we know cameras are watching us everywhere these days. So you're going to probably even be face scanned. I mean, that stuff is happening a lot of places now where they're scanning your faces. I mean, people get there anyways. So with this, if you went into the airport and they were knowing who you are, who your background is, and then they were noticing maybe certain behaviors from you, and it could be the 88-year-old grandma. And maybe
Again, I don't disagree with using technology to make things better, but what I'm saying is that sometimes it's okay to be sexist and racist.
Well, no, but then I don't think you're being sexist and racist if you pull aside the men because they were caught equally under the technology.
Okay, you're right, but you're making my point based on statistics.
How? Well, no, but the statistics will just keep the same, but you're not. The racist thing is to have someone at a computer giving the men extra scrutiny.
Giving the men, yeah, that would be sexist, right?
Correct. But
and I'm saying there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, and that's where I'd have a problem. I would think that's
okay,
wrong.
let's talk about that then. If let's say you and I are private detectives for a police force, and there's a serial killer in the city. Would it be wrong for us to start with, based on our knowledge of who are serial killers, would it be wrong for us to start with white males that are, let's say, between the ages of 30 and 50?
I'm going to say yes, and I can tell you why.
Okay, I'd say there's nothing wrong with starting with, let's say we had two people. One is a black male, 15 years old, and one is a 35-year-old white male. Or let's do black female. That's even better. Black female, 15 years old versus a 35-year-old white male. One of the two is a serial killer. I say there is nothing wrong, a priori, with starting with our investigation with the white male who's 35. Now we can dig deeper and find out, oh, it actually was the 15-year-old female, black female. And the evidence points that way. That's fine. But I'm saying, a priori, based on statistics, we know that males are more likely to be serial killers than females, and that white middle-aged men are more likely to be serial killers than black females. There is absolutely nothing wrong with using sexism and racism in that way.
There's one criteria I would use above all else right there, and it would be familial relations. I would use being family, because I hate to say it, but family or people in your life are the most likely people to harm you. When you look at all the murder cases, it's usually like a child. Usually, I don't think parents kill children. That's really rare. It's sadly the other way around, or it's like a boyfriend, girlfriend, ex. So whichever one of those is related, I'd go for first. I don't think you should just go off a profile. I think you'd need more. I can't just say I would profile one person, but go ahead.
Well, to me, you'd be a highly inefficient detective then, because, like, let's say for every 100 murders in the United States, how many of those murders are committed by women?
Probably 15% max, or
yeah, I think it's actually less than 10%.
Okay.
So if you're trying to be an efficient detective, you ought to be sexist and assume that it's going to be a male first. Now, you could be wrong, and you've got to change your mind if the evidence points in that direction. But there is absolutely nothing wrong with, because we know historically. Well, just look at our jails. Do you think our jails are sexist with 90% men? No,
I think
it's because men have testosterone. They're more aggressive. They're more violent than women. It is very reasonable to be sexist and say men are more violent than women. There's nothing wrong with that, because that's reality. That's the truth. As Levi would say.
I think so I just want to see if you agree with me on this, and maybe I can help after this, or if you have another topic you want to do real quick. But I think you're pointing out that it is a big factor. Gender is a big factor with things like aggression, testosterone, and crime rates with men and women.
Yep.
That point is taken. But I wouldn't agree with you if we only had, they said, okay, there's two suspects. We got a man, we got a woman. We'll just leave it at that.
Mm-hmm.
I'd want to know, well, which one is related? What's their relationship to the suspect? That's going to be one of the key things right there. Because if you tell me this man knows nothing about the suspect, has never interacted with...
but I'm talking about a priori. You know what that means? Before we even look at any evidence, any relationship. If I told you there's a murder and only one's a man, one's a woman, and you had to stake your life savings on it, are you going to choose the woman over the man? Given that 90% of murders are conducted by men, are you that bad of a bettor?
Well,
that's like going to the casino and saying, I'm going to place, it's like on the roulette reel, it's 90% red, 10% black. And that's like you putting your money on black.
But I think you're not looking practically here, because you're always in some posterior world. So instead of the a priori, we're looking posterior now. And posterior, you're going to know if they have familiar relations. So I do understand, like you're saying, if you only knew man or woman, you'd bet on the man. But the way they're going to do the investigation is they're going to know the posterior of familial relation.
Yeah, I get. I'm on your side when it comes to collecting the evidence and seeing where the evidence leads. I'm there with you. But what I'm telling you is, like, I gave a very simple example of only 2 people. But let's say you had 100 suspects. Like, you're better off. You're more efficient to say we're going to start with the men first for this murder, not the women. Now, it could be a woman who did it, but we have only so much resources and time.
Okay, so let me give you a thought experiment here.
Okay.
So we are the 2 detectives here, and I'm the softy, I'm the touchy-feely, and I can't make the decision. So we need Doug here. We need Detective Doug. And they've narrowed it down to the man and the woman now. And the man and the woman have equal motive, equal familial relation, equal everything. And they say, Detective Doug, the city is screaming. Someone has to go to jail and be put on trial. And all we have on this man and this woman is everything the same. They're both married. It was a polygamous relationship. Everything is equal between them. Who should we send to jail?
In this thought experiment, we have to send one?
Yeah, the public's going to go crazy. There's going to be madness in the streets, and you don't want that as a Detective Doug.
Okay, yeah, send the man. Even though he might, even though in your hypothetical, the best choice would be to send the man to jail.
And I thought you'd say that. And
you disagree?
I'd probably flip a coin if I had to. I'd probably flip a coin.
Why would you flip the coin? Given like the way you set up your hypothetical is that everything is equal post. Right? It's like after,
they're in a polygamous relationship.
So if everything is equal, but yet we know historically it's 90% males who commit murder, then why would you flip a coin? To me, you're giving that 50-50 weighting when really you should give it 90-10 weighting.
I think there's so many
you could flip maybe a 10-sided coin, and if it lands on 1 or 2, and then just put the woman in jail, and if it lands on 3 through 10, that would be better.
I think what I'm getting at here is my belief is that there's so many confounding things when it comes to why women commit crimes and why men commit crimes. And so I don't think it's really gender. I think it's
testosterone.
I think it can be hormones. It can be power imbalances.
That's why trans women, this is why the reason why they ought not be in women's spaces, real women's spaces, because of testosterone.
It's another topic. Well, I'll say this, Doug, and then if you want to do one more real quick, we can, or I can let you go. But have you ever tried to talk to Destiny? I'd really love to hear you guys have a back and forth.
I emailed him once. He never responded. He's far too big to care about me.
No, it's possible. It'd be kind of cool. I think you guys would have a good chat. I think
my one chance actually to talk to Destiny if I was to reach out to the Crucible guy, Andrew Wilson, because he has talked to Destiny many times. He might get me in there.
You could maybe debate him on but anyways, did you want to do one more, or what's your thoughts?
No, I got there's a guy named Black Doug who wants to come on.
Well, thank you, White Doug. Have a good night.
See ya.
Bye.
Oh, big noise. Black Doug. Black Doug, are you there? I can barely hear you. It's like you're in a tin can in the back streets of the hood. Whoa! I'm hearing crashing, and get right next to the mic. There, now try talking. Are you calling from jail? Whoa, you got another tab open. Make sure the YouTube tab is closed and you just got the Whereby tab open. I don't think Black Doug is okay.
Okay, how about now?
There you go. Perfect.
Here we go.
I'm pleased to meet.
Victim of some profiling.
Is your name really Doug?
No, but I was choosing a name, and here's my intro. I'm a former Christian, deconverted in his 30s, currently in an interracial, unequally yoked marriage. A marriage for which I waited until I was married to consummate. And
Good for you.
I'm not Canadian, but I know all the words in the Canadian national anthem, so I figured I was close enough to Black Dog.
Okay, so you said you're not a Christian.
I'm not a Christian,
but you married a Christian.
Yes, while we were both Christians. Yep.
And you left after you got married?
Right.
Okay.
Right. Yeah.
And she's white and you're black?
Correct.
Oh yeah, you're doomed.
Yeah, well, I like that I found your channel because every little tidbit of info that comes out, I'm like, okay, I can. I'm looking at my future, just a little less melanin, I guess.
Are you trying to deconvert your wife?
No, I'm basically more, we'll talk about issues that are practical. If because we got 3 kids, so.
Your kids are gorgeous, I bet.
That's what everyone says.
My kids are gorgeous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is really, I guess, one of the questions I had for you, because my kids are 8, 7, and 4, and they still go to church with mom every now and then, but they don't know that I don't believe. I was curious, what age were your kids when you deconverted and when you told them?
They were, I think, 10 and 8.
When you deconverted?
Yeah.
Did you tell them right away, or?
Pretty much, maybe within a few months after I deconverted. But I basically just, they would ask me, Dad, why aren't you coming to church? And I said, well, I really don't believe anymore. Plus, I'm tired of the donuts they serve.
Yeah, I don't go to church with them anymore either, and they haven't really asked yet, and I'm okay with that. But
what does your wife think of you? Like, she very, very sad?
Yeah, I don't think she thinks I'm going to hell. I think she's, sad about our faith was one of the foundations of our marriage, of course, and I think it's important to her, but in a different way that was important to me.
She probably thinks you're just backsliding right now and will come back, right?
I think she thought that until I kind of told her, I wasn't going to church for a while, and then finally I just kind of told her where I was at. And
well, now that you're here on the Pinecreek channel, it's solidified. You and I are both going to hell.
Both of us? Oh, damn.
Well, you think you're going to squeak through?
Oh, I thought you. Okay. Yeah.
There's no diversity and equity in heaven and hell, my son. There's no black privilege when it comes to eternal life.
Damn. I do like black privilege, though. That exists too.
Yes. Yeah. So my wife, when she was in church and they were going to do some type of blues or jazz stuff, they immediately said my wife would have to do it in exclusion of all the other, vocalists. That was black privilege.
Yeah. Cuts both ways.
What's your vertical?
At my peak, probably I'm 6 foot and I could dunk pretty easily in high school. But
oh wow,
yeah.
So but I 45-inch vertical then.
No, I don't know, maybe 30. I don't even know what that comes out to be, but
No, seriously, I'm 5'10", and my vertical in high school was 36 inches, and I could grab the rim, but I could never dunk. But if you're 6 feet, 2 more inches.
My reach is 8 foot even. So.
Oh, you got long arms.
Yeah, I used to be able to get up to where I was, maybe, a couple inches below my wrist. So I never dunked in a game. So the stars had to align and a really good jump and. Practice.
How much of my content have you watched?
Well, a lot actually, but over a short period of time. I don't remember how I first found your channel, but it really resonated with me, and I actually I heard your call with Heidi, and it, I don't know. I guess, is she a regular caller?
She's been here before. I think she's hopped on a couple of times, and that's part of the reason why I treated Heidi the way I did, because I knew her.
Well, I was thinking about it in another way, because my mindset right now is I don't really, I'm not trying to deconvert people. And if faith is something that is beneficial to another person, I'm not really trying to take that away from them unless there's certain aspects that I think, if there's a branch or a limb that I think needs to be trimmed that's negatively affecting other people or me, maybe I'll say something, but I'm not trying to cut down the whole tree, I guess you could say. But for people who are starting to feel some cognitive dissonance, I feel like I would try to say, hey, there's another way. And to me, Heidi seemed like a person where she maybe was ready to hear, look, it looked like
No.
no, am I wrong in that? Okay.
Well, no, you're right about there's cognitive dissonance within her, but and I don't care if Heidi's still listening, but Heidi needs Christianity, and I do not want her to leave it, Christianity. She needs it.
Yeah. I'm one of these days my in-laws are gonna find out, and that's when I'll call back whenever that happens. That's gonna.
Are they very conservative Christians, or what type of Christian is your wife?
She is. She's probably like a non-denominational. The church we were a part of, I think, is technically Pentecostal, but it probably looks like most non-denominational churches. And I love her content, but I think it's just a personality difference. If she tried to listen to apologetics or, no offense, a channel like this, she would just be bored out of her mind. She's not in it for like the theology and like the, if she got interviewed by you, she probably wouldn't answer those questions very well, but she has the community. She has the social bonds.
Did she raise her hand when she worships?
No. I don't even think she does quiet time. That sounded kind of judgmental of me, but
yeah, it's basically just the community for her.
Yeah, and so I'm not trying to take that away from her, and
good for you.
So, but when the in-laws find out,
what do you think is going to happen?
Well, I think they'll be disappointed. They'll be scared for their grandchildren and their eternal destiny.
Yep.
I think that I don't know. I don't want to hurt them. There are things we disagree on, maybe politically and religious wise, but when they're in town and Papa's, got the little one upside down, swinging back and forth, tick-tocking, and there's just a big grin on their face and they're all on the trampoline. I don't care one,
Are you on TikTok?
No, TikTok and like holding the grandkids' legs and swinging.
Okay.
TikTok. But so like I don't care who they voted for in those. Like I don't care what their faith is. I mean, they're just good people, and I love them. So but I don't think. I think they'll be
disappointed and scared. I think that was the first thing my dad said is when he found out I was an atheist, that I'm leading my kids to hell.
Yeah.
How
do you handle like just regular conversation? Someone might say in passing, well, gotta work it out, or it just like just one of those. Do you just kind of let those slide, or do you?
If it's just in passing and they're not addressing me, they're not talking to me. Like my wife took me to a dinner party the other day, and that happened frequently. And I think only a couple of them knew I was an atheist, and so they would say stuff like that. Yeah, I don't say anything.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no need to.
Yeah. Well,
but if someone asks me directly, like something about God, I'll be very honest. I don't care who they are. And if it hurts their feelings, if they ask me a question, I'll answer it honestly.
Yeah. Well, we seems like we agree on most stuff. I don't know are you doing any politics stuff tonight or no?
I wasn't going to. We did slightly with the previous caller, but yeah, that's why I asked you how much of my content you've been watching. Do you agree with me politically? Like 50%, 40, 80%?
I think on a lot of things, and I think just as in a general sense, I've become probably more conservative since deconverting. I don't know if that's just correlation or causation.
Wow. That doesn't happen very often. Usually atheists go left because they got to find a replacement for that gaping hole in their heart.
Well, I was going left towards the end of my faith journey. That's kind of where I was, where it was.
Oh, but then you went back right.
Yeah, because it was, it was really freeing to learn about all these other ways Christians thought about different things that I found problematic. And so little by little, I was like, oh, I'll just be this and I'll be that and I'll be that. And even things like miracles and prayer, there was this one theology where basically it's God is so loving that he doesn't interact. And I was like, oh, okay, I'm glad I found that one, because it really seems like he doesn't interact at all. And then there was just at one point I took an inventory of where I stand. I'm like, I don't have anything left. There's nothing. I'm practically an atheist is kind of was my realization. But anyway, but like something like abortion, where in my head, I used to think, well, I never liked abortion, but I was like, they're going to heaven, so can't be that bad, right?
So where are you at, like politically on specific issues like abortion? Where do you lean right now?
Yeah, I lean against it. I don't know about. I wouldn't say. I wouldn't support a ban from like conception to 9 months, or whatever. But it makes me feel icky, to use one of your words, I guess. And and especially now that I think this is the one life we get, it has new weight to it for me.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually despise the way atheists especially try to defend abortion, saying things like they're not human, they're not alive. No, this is human DNA. Yeah, they're alive, and they do have the potential to be just like you and me. And so in that sense, I would say all abortion is bad, especially in cases where you need to repopulate the earth, which is not the case now, but every embryo does have above zero value. But I'm basically, if incest, rape, the health of the mother, go ahead and abort. And then the rest is sort of like speeding. The more you go over the speed limit, the worse it is. And the farther you go into pregnancy, the worse it is.
Yeah, I feel like that's pretty reasonable. Yeah.
But then another thing I hate hearing is a woman has a right to bodily autonomy. That really gets me going, because especially when atheist women say this, because if you're an atheist, you don't believe rights come from a God on high. Rights come from society. And if society says a woman doesn't have the right to her own body in terms of pregnancy, then guess what? You don't have the right to your own body. Yeah. Now, an atheistic woman can say, well, that should be the case, but then you have to make arguments for that and so forth. But as of right now in the United States, no woman has the right to her own body in pregnancy. And you got to suck it up and accept that.
It's hard. It's hard for some people to hear that.
Yeah, but that's the truth.
Yeah. So would you? How do you think about punishment then? Because
that's the real issue. Yeah.
I think almost every world. I don't know about worldview, but just kind of anyone's take on abortion. I think the rubber really hits the road with punishment, and even I think I'm not really consistent. I think that
I'm not either.
Everyone's probably a little inconsistent on.
I would say in terms of embryos, there should be zero punishment to the doctor or woman.
Agree.
Even all the way up to, let's say, 12 weeks for sure, zero punishment. Then the question is, like, imagine there's no incest, no rape, and no health problems for the mother, and a woman wants to get an abortion at the 6-month stage. Yeah, I'm against that. Yeah, I'm against that too. Now the question is, let's say that happens, what should be the punishment for the doctor and for the woman? Then you have to ask questions like, is the woman sane? I mean, was she very aware of what she was doing? If the answer is yes, then she is responsible, and so is the doctor. Do they get the same type of punishment as murdering a 2-year-old? I say no, but zero punishment? I say no.
Yeah.
But I don't know, a fine? I don't know. These are tough questions.
Tough. Yeah, I agree. Okay, last thing real quick. You are probably going to vote for Trump, is that right?
Yeah, if it's between Trump or Biden, I'm on record saying I'll vote for Trump.
What's the as far as likelihood, are you, if it's those two choices, are you 100% right now, or are you?
Yeah, I'm 100% for Trump if it's between Trump and Biden. I've made many bets. I've forgotten who, but if I've made anybody here listening a bet about Biden not even running, make sure you email me and remind me, because I've bet that Biden won't run. He'll drop out.
Isn't it too late?
No,
I mean,
no, it's
really?
never too late to drop out.
Like
he could die, right?
I actually was wondering who you think's more likely to die between those two, between now and.
Oh, Biden for sure.
Yeah.
Like from natural causes, Biden. From non-natural causes, probably Trump. But yeah, I'd vote for Trump over Biden because of immigration, because of the whole critical theory nonsense, trans nonsense, non-binary nonsense. Because even though the Republicans suck just almost as badly as the Democrats on spending, there's a little bit better still. Those are the main issues.
Yeah, I think Trump's downside is
climate, environmental stuff. I'm leaning more towards Trump than Biden.
Yeah,
but you know, you were saying?
Yeah, I just think I'm thinking of like their upside and downside. I think Biden has a much lower ceiling and a higher floor, I guess, as far as. But I think if some unexpected event happens, I think I'd prefer a Biden administration dealing with the next whatever it is, pandemic or whatever, than Trump. But I don't know.
Yeah, well, this is one of the reasons why I don't like Trump is because how he handled the COVID thing. Like he should have, in my opinion, at the end of 2020, it was pretty clear who was being most affected from COVID, and it was older people. And he should encourage every governor at that point to not close the schools, not close the economy. He should have been more vocal about that. But when it comes to immigration, like I kind of like that the world views Trump as a racist. To me, that's a plus, not a minus, because it helps prevent more people from rushing to the border and try to come into this country. If I had my way, I would have like out of the 100% immigrants coming in, I would allot maybe 10% for welfare, and then 90% of people who come into this country have to be really smart, really educated, or really wealthy, entrepreneurs, no diseases, no mental illness. I mean, they have to be the people who actually make the world run because they're not needy. And Biden is the opposite, because those people are more likely to vote Republican because they're not dependent on the government. So if a lot of Democrats would hate what I'm saying because, number one, they think it's probably bigoted in some way. Well, it is bigoted. I have a prejudice against, if you want a strong country, you need strong people. So if you let weak people in, you're going to get a weaker country. And but I would still allocate like some asylum cases just totally based on welfare need. But then I would get U.S. citizens to basically sponsor the citizens, and they are the immigrants. They would be responsible for those immigrants. So,
interesting.
Yeah, so it's not the government, just government housing. It's like, no, it's like being adopted into the family of America, and these citizens would be in charge of making sure they don't get in trouble, they go to school, whatever. Because a lot of immigrants, they come in the last 3 years, they have no idea what they're going to be doing, where they're going, where their food's going to come from.
So what's your take on, from my understanding, there was some kind of border deal that was almost done, but then Trump told the Republicans to not do it.
Yeah,
So it's
I
almost
support.
like
No, but I support that, and here's why. It's like I've given this analogy many times, but imagine your house was burning down right now, and a fireman comes to your house, and you run out and say, "Quick, put the fire out before my house burns down," and the firefighter says, "Hey, Black Doug, I mean, that's a nice house you got there. It'd be a shame if it burned down to the ground. Tell you what, I can help you out, but first you got to do something for me." In my view, this is what Biden did with that bill. You got a nice country there, America. You know, it'd be a shame if all these immigrants came in and ruined it. I can help with a comprehensive immigration bill, which means you got to do something for me. No, I think Biden. There's no bills are needed. Probably the vast majority of immigrants who have come across, if you just enforce the current laws, they wouldn't be allowed to come across.
There's a disagreement.
What do you mean?
I just again, from my understanding, the current laws is basically you can cross once you're across and you say the magic asylum words, then you're in the asylum process, which there's such a black
only if you come through a port of entry.
But I thought you could say that anywhere. Is that not true?
Nope, it's not true. In fact, I can bring you the exact law. Anybody who enters the country not at a port of entry and claims asylum is technically illegal. They're illegal.
But do they still get put in the like? Isn't the law that doesn't necessarily mean they can be immediately deported? They're still in the asylum process.
Well, when Trump was in, there were certain rules. Was it Title 42 or something like that? That they had to claim asylum at a port of entry and then wait on the Mexican side.
Okay. Yeah, I thought one of the biggest issues was that you can basically get in, claim asylum, and then you're in the system. And even if it turns out your asylum was illegally claimed, well, it might be years before you get your hearing, and by that time you're in the country. And
all that's illegal. Like
but right now, if you change the law to say it's illegal and the punishment is immediate deportation, that would be huge. And so
in my opinion, about they say nobody knows for sure, but I've seen people in the know say that anywhere from 70 to 90% of all asylum seekers would not get asylum. So let's say it's 80% of the 6 million people who have come in the last 3 years. At least 4.5 million of them ought to be deported immediately.
Right, but so what I'm saying is, you said you don't think a law could change it, but imagine that for those last few years there was a law that says if you come illegally and you claim asylum in a way that you're not supposed to.
No, I believe there's laws in the books right now that if you come in illegally, you're automatically deported.
Oh,
yeah.
Huh. Okay. My understanding.
I think even Obama deported a lot of people.
Yeah.
Based on that law that I'm talking about. I'm trying to find it right now. But yeah, I think it's pretty clear to me, at least, that Biden wanted this to happen. He's on record of saying, he used the words, what word did he use? Rush to the border? No. Surge to the border. After Trump went out, let's see if I can find it. He's on record saying that he wanted this to happen. Oh yeah, I found it. Let's see if I can.
I would in fact make sure that we immediately surge to the border. All those people are seeking asylum. They deserve to be heard.
I don't know if you probably can't hear it because you're in the whereby. But 2 years ago, I think it was during the debate with Trump, he said this. And so for Biden to blame Trump for what's happened with immigration issues, just nuts. So you can listen to this later. It's only 13 seconds, but I'm going to play it for the viewers here.
I would, in fact, make sure that we immediately surge to the border. All those people are seeking asylum. They deserve to be heard. That's who we are. We're a nation that says if you want to flee and you're fleeing oppression, you should come.
Yeah.
I was trying to read his lip. I think I saw charge the border, all the people. Were those two phrases in there?
Yeah, surge the border. So he's encouraging people it was the Democratic debate. He was basically encouraging immigrants that as soon as the Democrats get in power, surge the border, come as fast as you can. And it really looks like to me and to many Republicans that a lot of these people are not wealthy, are not self-sufficient, don't have a lot of education. Maybe some of them are criminals. Maybe some of them are diseased, like have illnesses that need help, or pregnant. He's saying come across. A lot of Republicans view this as this is the best way to get Democratic voters, because if you are in need, you need help. Are you going to go to the Republicans for that? If you're very, very poor? No. You're going to go to the Democrats because they have more compassion. They're more loving. They care about the poor. The Republicans don't. So now imagine you flip that. Imagine you only let the very wealthy in. Doesn't matter what color you are. Doesn't matter what country you're well, maybe it does matter if you, let's say, coming from a Muslim country and your whole goal is Sharia law. But let's say, imagine you do value democracy, but you're an entrepreneur, you're wealthy, you have 5 kids, but you don't need public school. Oh, that's the worst thing for a Democrat to hear, to let an immigrant in that's self-sufficient with 5 kids and public school's not needed. To them, that's like Satan, because it's a punch in the eye of this whole idea of you gotta go into public school to be educated, and every person who doesn't, like the voucher system, like it hurts the schools that need it the most. Like if you let people in who don't need the public school system, all Democrats hate that.
Well, I see a flaw in that theory, though.
What's that?
Well, I think the theory depends on the idea that Biden is competent and with it enough to have this masterful plan to let these people in and get more voters. When I just don't think he's that competent right now.
Oh, you don't think he's smart enough to?
but that seems like a bad plan, because you can't vote when you're illegal. So this idea is that
but there's going to be a path to citizenship. It might not be like a 1-year plan, but maybe a 5-year plan or a 10-year plan.
Biden does not need to have any plans that has the word year in it.
Well, that's true. Yeah, he'd probably be dead before 10 years arrive. But yeah, it's, to me, you do the exact opposite of what Biden does, and you're probably doing the right thing when it comes to immigration. But the problem is there are so many people who are truly compassionate, and I'm not against compassion, but compassion can blind you more than anything else. And so they see these poor people flooding across the border, and a lot of Americans truly want to help them and say they're just here for a better life. And yes, a lot of them are great workers, but a lot of them are not. A lot of them might be on welfare for many, 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 many years and have kids, 4, 5, 6 kids, who will put a strain on the infrastructure in the hospitals, in the schools. And so you just can't let everybody in. And my big main presupposition, which is different than a lot of Democrats, is the United States is under no obligation to keep other people in the world alive, to protect them, to save their lives, or to let them live in this country. There's no obligation. It's a favor to come it's a privilege to come to this country. Not, I'm claiming asylum, so now you have to let me in. No.
I agree with that.
Yeah. Well, then you should vote for Trump.
Well, I don't think so. I don't think you're gonna get. I don't think I'm not that much of your twin yet. One of us is gonna have to pay.
You know what? I don't care. I mean, this it's so. I'm glad you called here because I'm venting a little bit here. But I have often said to Christians, stay a Christian. But Christians can't say that to me, stay an atheist. Yeah. At least very few of them can. But I've been now applying this to politics. I will say to Democrats, stay a Democrat. It's fine with me. But it's much, much harder for a Democrat to look at a Republican who's going to vote for Trump and say, stay a Republican. They can't do it. They got so much, and it's for the exact same reason with Christianity. It's because of fear. The reason why a Christian can't look at you and me, Doug, Black Doug, and say, stay an atheist is because they're fearful for our eternal damnation and souls. And the reason why a Democrat can't say to Republicans, stay a MAGA Republican, is because they are fearful for our democracy. It's all fear-based.
Yeah.
And
I think the flip is true too, right? With probably the MAGA I don't think the MAGA crowd could say to the woke leftist, part of the Democratic Party, stay a Democrat. I can't see that happening either.
Well, I'm prepared to say that because I actually think that whole woke ideology, in quotes, is dying pretty quickly. It makes up maybe 15%. I don't know what. Nobody knows for sure what percentage of the Democratic Party are this type of wokeness as I define it. But they've been humiliated so badly that even Democrats within the Democrat Party are saying, like, you are our mega. I mean, shut up already.
Yeah. I get that. I'm a registered independent. I don't think I could vote for Trump. I think he's just incompetent. I think.
Well, so is Biden.
Sure. But Biden is because it's just, that's what happens when your brain is 82 years old or whatever.
Yeah, they're both too old.
Yeah. So, but the real problem here is that there's only like 10 states that matter. I live in a state that it'll be called at 8:01 or what, however as soon as the polls close.
Iowa?
No. But I'm gonna vote. I probably won't vote for either of them, but it doesn't matter. My vote doesn't really matter anyway.
Yeah, so. And the thing is, like, when I'm asked if I had to choose between Trump or Biden, I'd pick Trump. But if I had to choose between the whole field, like, I still don't know for sure who I'm going to vote for, because Robert F. Kennedy has actually the same immigration policy I think I have, and he used to be a Democrat. He's now independent. I just can't stand his voice. It's really hard for me to listen to him because of his throat injury or whatever. But he is like an old school, classical liberal Democrat that I could probably vote for, because he's huge on freedom of speech, which I am too. Oh, that's another reason I vote for Trump over Biden, is because of, even though Trump doesn't allow free speech against him, I think for the country in general, I think he allows it more so than Biden. Like this whole idea of the government telling Facebook and Twitter what to do and who to censor. Like, I am 100% for risking misinformation on the internet. I mean, you cannot treat human adults in the United States as children. Oh, they can't see this. No. We can't put this on the news. We can't put this on air. We can't put this on Twitter, whatever, because some people will get the wrong idea, and we have to protect the stupid people.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a lot. I guess it may be on a point of agreement. I could see myself voting for Nikki Haley. I could,
she's dropped out.
Oh yeah, but yeah, fair enough. I might still vote for her. Who knows? I don't know. I don't want to vote for any of these guys. But anyway, I should probably get some more.
Sounds like Robert F. Kennedy is your junior.
Isn't he a conspiracy theorist or something like that? That's all I know about him.
Well, people brand him like that because of his take on vaccines and autism.
Oh, okay.
But I don't think he's actually made the claim that vaccines cause autism. He will frame it in terms of, if you were to put him in a lie detector, you might get that answer out of him. But he is smart enough to realize he has to show the correlations and say it's not a causation. But he's not wrong. Like, if you look at the reported cases of autism, it does match the increase in vaccinations from the 70s or 80s. Like, they go up. So, and
question.
And the thing is, in today's society, you need permission from society to ask these types of questions. Like if society doesn't give you permission to question these things, I'm okay with questioning anything. Like I don't care if even a flat earther is the Speaker of the House. I mean, as long as they're doing their job, people can be very adept and smart in certain things and could be very wrong in other things. But it seems to me that we live in an age where if your friends don't give you permission to ask certain questions, then you can't ask them. And that has to change.
Well, that's like the first rumblings of the, I think at the time, conspiracy that the pandemic started from a lab leak. And now it seems like that's a live, theory on the table as far as how COVID actually started. But
yeah,
when that first came out, it was like, oh, that's a conspiracy theory.
Yeah, the way to get people to shut up who you disagree with is call them a conspiracy theorist or call them a denier of something, and then you can get them to shut up. And for most people, it works because they don't want to lose their friends. They don't want to have people think bad thoughts about them. But to me, society will get better, not worse, if we're willing to question everything. Like I don't personally don't believe the election was stolen by fraud, but I would love if we actually had people who believe it come on, present their evidence, present what they want, and even televise it on ABC. But I think there's so many people who think this is so dangerous. Like if we actually put this thought in someone's mind that our elections are not 100% okay or even 90% okay, I mean, there's too much at risk. The whole thing will crumble. I think that's the fear. If we even put it in the minds that maybe some vaccines do cause autism, I mean, it will outweigh all the good that vaccines do. And so we can't even ask these questions.
Yeah, it's like being you're babying what people.
Yeah, like ivermectin was a great example of society not giving people permission to ask questions or even give opinions. It's like, no, we give this to horses. I mean, but it's now shown that at best, I mean, that ivermectin didn't hurt anything. And there are studies that say it actually was a benefit. I read a study that just came out last month or last week that showed that there was some benefit to some people. And yet if it doesn't cause harm, if administered through a physician, then what's the problem? But there is so much fear that I can't even let my friends know that I'm taking ivermectin while having COVID because they're going to mock me or they're going to think I'm stupid or whatever. And like that has to stop.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's
if we value truth.
Yeah. One of the, maybe it kind of summarizes one of the changes that I've seen personally just since I've deconverted is I'm open to whatever, just I'll hear you out. I might disagree, agree, or I might say that's interesting, might look into it more myself. But
like I've taken a lot of heat because I've publicly said many times that after looking at the evidence, I think it was a huge mistake to give people under 30, especially people under 20, the COVID vaccine.
Why mistake? I think that the benefits are probably not.
The benefit does not outweigh the risk. In other words, that's
what the risk. What would you consider the risk, or are there some negative,
serious side effects? Like, so the studies I've looked at, it's so funny because I got in an argument with a good friend of mine on this, and a very simple question to ask people is, we have 1,000 people. Of all ages, all genders, sexes. There's only 2 sexes, but anyhow, you get the point. 1,000 people, and you give them the COVID vaccine. What's the probability that how many of the 1,000 people will end up in the hospital from a serious side effect from the vaccine? That's a question a lot of people do not want to answer nor know the answer to.
Yeah, do we know that? We probably don't know that, do we?
The answer is between 1 and 2. It's 1 in 600, 1 to 800. Some studies as low as 1 in 400. Like when I say serious side effect, I mean they need immediate hospital attention. So if you have a situation now of, let's say, a 15-year-old, what is the risk of them getting COVID and going to the hospital? If it's less than 1 in 1,000 or 1 in 800, then the risks of them, it is better for them to get COVID than get the vaccine, because there's a higher chance that 15-year-old will go to the hospital from the vaccine than getting COVID.
Assuming they live by themselves and not with their grandma.
Yeah, okay, that's the argument. Now the argument is, now we got to care about them getting COVID and spreading to others. But here's the problem. The problem is the COVID vaccine did not stop the spread, and it does not prevent someone who had the COVID vaccine from getting COVID. So now it becomes very complicated very fast. And this is the argument my friend made to me, is that it's still better, even though you might be right, Doug, in that the risks of going to the hospital as a 15-year-old from the COVID vaccine is higher than getting COVID. It's a greater good argument that it can eradicate the virus faster and help the older people. And to that I say, number one, the older people can quarantine themselves. It's easier to separate the older people from all of society. And number two, I can say this with confidence because it's in hindsight, the fact that the COVID virus transmitted so quickly was a good thing, because it mutated from Delta to Omicron, which was less of a killer of a virus than COVID, or Delta. So in hindsight, it was a good thing that it was spread very quickly, because it caused a mutation that became a less lethal one. So all those kids, who had the COVID parties back in 2020, ironically, they were right. But you can't say this in public. So it's glad that we're just having this private conversation between you and me.
Yeah, well, we'll get red and yellow and purple Doug in here next time, and we'll all just.
But for the people listening, if there's one message I want to say is, don't be fearful of losing friends. Like, if you have an opinion on something or a question about something, don't be scared to ask it, and don't be scared to give it. Like, it becomes a very scary society if we're only allowed to ask certain questions or say certain things, give certain opinions, and you lose friends because of it. Like, to me, this is very dangerous, and this is where our society has been heading for a while now. That you can, like, for goodness sakes, my wife is a Christian. I disagree with Christianity 100%. Well, maybe 99.9. Maybe there's 1.1% chance it's true. But we can still live together and have a wonderful family and love each other. But yet you can't say anything about the vaccines or about voting or about immigration or about ivermectin without losing friends. Like, this is ridiculous. Why can't we disagree with each other or give opinions that are even controversial and still be friends? Like,
yeah, I think a lot of these conversations happen online, and so I don't know. I think you can. I think when people actually converse, and the tone matters, and
yeah, you can. But I would say the vast majority of people can't do it. Like,
I don't know.
It sounds like you and I can do it, like, to each other. But I think certain people you can't.
Yeah, it's uncommon. I mean, I don't know. I'd have a hard time assessing whether I agree with that or not.
For example, if I were to say right now, and I will, trans women are not real women, there are some people who will refuse to even talk to me now.
What percentage of Americans? Take a guess.
Yeah, this is a complete guess, but I would say 15%.
Yeah, I mean that's something, but I mean it's not.
But in the atheist community, online atheist community, that jumps.
Yeah, online. That's the key word.
Yeah. Like my subscriber count would probably be way higher than it is It's been replaced by other people, but yeah, I probably lost thousands of subscribers just for saying that.
Yeah, I never really understand. I don't know. To me, it's just like a practicality, clearness, and communication type issue. Like, what do we mean whenever the WNBA was founded? What did they have in their mind when they chose the W of the WNBA? Were they thinking basically, essentially, like they were probably using it as a interchangeable word for female, but maybe female NBA sounded more clunky, so they chose women. And now, however many years later, we're like, well, we're redefining the word. And that's not to say like I'm against what other adults do in the comfort of their own home or with their own, the choices they make. It's just like, I don't know. I tie it to faith.
You know what I hate? You triggered me here. I hate when WNBA players, women, demand more money.
Okay, I think there's what they should just demand more in general. They should never get a raise.
I would say the wages that the WNBA players get, they don't deserve.
Yikes.
Yeah.
What do they get?
I think the average is $60,000 each.
They don't deserve $60,000?
No, they're way overpaid. How much? Have you seen how empty the stands are?
No.
How much does an average WNBA player make? Okay. Oh, I guess 60,000. It's 103,000.
Yeah, that's nothing wrong with that.
You think a WNBA player is worth $103,000 when they're losing money every year?
I mean, I think that the 15th person on the Indiana Pacers roster who sees, 12 minutes in a game over the course of the season is not worth, quote unquote, his. Like I don't think about it like that. I mean, there are lots of people. There are probably a lot of pro athletes who are making what they're worth or what they gain in revenue and stuff. And there's probably many who are.
Well, it's a fact that WNBA is losing money every year and is subsidized by the NBA, right? That's a fact.
I don't know. I can't speak on it.
Yeah, sure. Well, you can fact check me later, but it's a fact that the ticket sales, the TV sales, whatever, the revenue that they bring in does not cover their costs. And so the NBA, the men, have to subsidize them. Basically, if it weren't for the men in the NBA, the WNBA wouldn't exist.
Well, hey, when Caitlin Clark hits the NBA, she's a speaking of Iowa, she's a phenom. Have you seen her stands? Have you seen the stands at a women's Iowa basketball game? There's some stands for you.
Yeah, well, I'm not saying they're worth nothing. I'm just saying they're not worth what they're currently getting paid.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a weird way to think.
Like the way, if you really want to do in terms of performance, you could say, okay, what's the average vertical leap for a male player? Let's say it's X, and what's the average vertical leap of a woman player? I call that Y. If that's your metric of how much they should get paid, the vertical leap, women should get paid 20% of men.
Well,
now, if you use another metric like speed, like sports is all about speed, strength, agility. You could take all those metrics, any metric for speed, strength, and calibrate it. And even then, if you don't even look at the stands and the revenue coming in, if you base it on that, I'd still say women are overpaid.
Sure, if you base it, the key phrase there is if you base it on that, and that is we're kind of a handful of what I would call silly proposals, silly metrics to base it on.
What? It's silly to base athletics on speed, strength, and agility?
Oh, that's a very generous rephrasing of what you just did.
No, that's what I meant. I mean, if sports is about speed, strength, agility. The reason why people watch the NBA is to watch guys jump and dunk, or hit the crazy 3-point shot from with a guy in their face, or do the spin move or the step back. That's the reason why people watch the NBA, for these crazy plays.
Partially, but it's skill, it's entertainment, it's
entertainment,
it's competitiveness, it's you have years long ties to your hometown teams and
the
sports you played. So there's a lot of things involved, but
if you're who's your favorite NBA team?
The Memphis Grizzlies.
Okay, if the Memphis Grizzlies sucked, I mean really sucked.
We do.
Okay, take their suckiness and drop it down or make it 10 times suckier. You would still watch? Let's say they missed every 5 out of 10 layups. I mean, and they missed 6 out of every 10 dunks, and they were an embarrassment. Would you still watch them?
I would watch them less, but I would still watch them. Yeah.
I mean, my favorite team is the Phoenix Suns because I'm in Arizona, and they're a good team. But when they get down 20 points, I give up on them.
Do you like when your team is blowing the other team out?
Oh yeah, no mercy.
Okay, let me see.
Yeah. Sports is supposed to be painful. It's supposed to make the other team humiliated.
Yeah, there's another.
These are things Democrats can't relate to, but
me and my wife were arguing about whether you'd rather see your team in a close game that you might lose, or a blowout that so the close game is exciting. It's going to come down to the wire, an epic finish. But,
okay,
sometimes you might lose.
Okay,
or you blow the team out by 50. What would you rather see?
I'd rather see my team blow another team out by 50. But in hindsight, don't tell my son this, because I always watch the games with my son, who's almost 18. I sometimes watch ahead, and so I tell you, if it's a very close game, but I know the outcome that we win, then I prefer the close game because it's way more exciting.
Oh yeah, but you know who won.
Yeah, but I know who won. And also I love seeing the bench play too. And so when you let the stars go in, blow them out, and then have the bench come on. Because I am a compassionate guy. I like to have the not so good players come in and get a chance, sort of like the WNBA.
You want the not so good players to make sure that they're earning their check, because God forbid a player make more than the revenue they bring in, right?
Yeah, no, that's how you lose money, when you pay your employees more than what the company makes. The WNBA ought to be demolished.
There's a disagreement. We found a few disagreements.
Yeah. Based on revenue alone and expense. If you know how to read an income statement.
Yeah.
They ought to be all unemployed. Maybe they could teach in school. Actually, I'm for more men in school than women.
Well, I was a teacher for 8 years, so.
Oh, really? Do you agree with me on that?
Oh, 100%. I mean, more than women, or just more than there are currently?
I think from K through 8, half the teachers should be men, real men, not trans men. And then from 9 through 12, it should be 80% men.
You're dying for some trans talk tonight, aren't you?
And the reason for this is because of discipline, mostly for discipline reasons, and for role models too. I think there's far too many women in teaching positions. For example, what grade did you teach?
I taught 8th, 9th, and 10th.
Okay. If there's a tough kid in grade 10 who thinks, he's the toughest kid in the class, are you a big guy?
I'm 6'1".
Well, yeah, you said you were 6
feet. I think I said 6 foot last time, but
yeah.
I've grown since our interview.
But you sound like you got some muscles on you too, right?
Shoes, I'm 6'1".
Yeah.
So.
I don't care how tough a kid is in grade 10. If you got a big, beefy male teacher who walks right up to them and doesn't even have to speak loud, but stares them in the eye and says something to make them wet their own pants. I mean, I just watched an episode of Stranger Things. Did you ever see that show?
I watched the first season.
there's a guy named Billy in Stranger Things who's like the cool dude in school, drives a black Camaro. All the girls love him, love his tush. And he's like a real tough guy. But his dad comes home, who's an ex-Marine, or maybe his stepdad, and didn't lay a hand on him, but just went right up to him and got him to cry just by his stare, basically. That's the type of male leadership I think we need more in schools, where kids actually, ironically, feel safe because there is a male figure who's there to keep the peace. This tough kid is not going to intimidate you or the class anymore. I'm here. And that, and all the weaker kids would kind of like, thank you. Now I can feel safe in class.
I somewhat agree with that. You're talking about privilege earlier. That's a conversation I had when I was a teacher, just like, especially when I was teaching middle school. There are very few middle schoolers that I ever taught who were physically bigger than me. And so you're right. I'm not really a yeller and I don't disrespect kids, but if I needed to be, I could lower my voice, get very clear and firm and look directly in their eyes. But I'm 6'1", and the female teacher down the hall is scrawny and 5.
Oh, if I had my way, if I ran the Department of Education for every state and federally, I would have huge ex-Marines, big 6'3" guys, 260, teach high school.
I thought you were sending all the ex-Marines to the border.
Oh, well, no, the current Marines send to the border.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and if someone crosses, you just physically push them back. And if they cross again, you just push them back. You do not let a living soul across other than the port of entry.
No, well, I think it's kind of all connected because, diversity. I definitely benefited from some quote unquote privilege that I'm, 6'1" privilege, I guess you could call it.
Oh yeah.
But but there are also some really, really great female teachers that I worked with. I mean, on the whole, certainly better teachers than me. But
oh yeah, I'm not saying anything against female teachers. I just think there's too many of them in school currently.
Yeah, demographics are.
Yeah. And I'm all for diversity.
Hey, black Doug, white Doug.
I mean, if we can get more men into the school system, it's just for the sake of diversity and inclusion. Anyway, I'll let you go. It was nice chatting with you.
Nice chatting with you too. Have a good one.
Bye. Patrick's been waiting so long. I better let him in for a few minutes. And then he's not there. What? Oh, that was funny. I know why. Patrick, you're on. I used to wet my neighbor's pants in elevator house. Hillary. Kids need more male role models. Amen, Jimmy. Shouldn't your risk analysis be a 15-year-old's chance of COVID hospitalization versus 15-year-old chance of adverse reaction? Yes. If I didn't make that clear, forgive me. Wadabaka. But unfortunately, a lot of the risks of adverse side effects from the COVID vaccine affected young males more than any other demographic. But yet the chances of them going to the hospital from COVID was very, very low. So the benefit of the COVID vaccine did not outweigh the risk.
Hey, there you are. You let me stay on, huh?
Yeah, I let you in, even though you weren't here.
That's amazing. I was sitting here for 50 minutes, and I think, I got to go do something.
Yeah, I
He's
felt
not
guilty.
gonna have
So
me
I
on anytime soon.
But I do need to wrap it up because I've been going for 3 hours and a half.
All right, how much time do you want to take?
5 minutes?
5 minutes. All right, well, I was taking notes during your conversation with Black Doug. WNBA schools teachers immigration, abortion, voting for RFK.
If
Which
you
of
keep my
these?
interest, maybe we'll go longer than 5 minutes. But what did you disagree with? Did you disagree with anything I said?
Yeah, on those 7 topics, which one did you want to take?
WNBA.
Okay. So WNBA, I just looked it up while you were talking. They only lose about 10 million a year. For
Per
the league
team?
wide.
Or
No,
league wide?
wide, which was pretty impressive to me. Like I thought it was a lot more than that they would have lost. And so then I was thinking about it. That is a very small price for the NBA to pay to get the marketing and long-term investment in future fans, especially among women and girls. And I can easily imagine they're running the numbers and trying to say, okay, if we spend 10 million a year on the WNBA, we're going to make back 50 million a year in 20 years because of all these longer term fans that we're helping to create. Now it may only be, a fraction of the male fans, but that's all they need, right? They only need 1 million.
So who's going to fund the losses until they make money?
Oh, the NBA will, right? They're happy to.
Why
'cause
ought they?
It's an investment.
Why ought they?
They want to. Why ought they? Because it's a smart investment in the future, right?
If you're right.
If
they do make money in the future.
Yeah.
What if they don't?
Well, they don't
it's a risk, right?
The WNBA doesn't need to make money in the future. They just need to have the NBA make money in the future from female fans and those who were brought into the game through.
Are you saying that the NBA is making money by getting?
It's a loss leader.
By getting more women. So you're saying that more women go to NBA games because they are so grateful the NBA gives the WNBA money.
Maybe not explicitly grateful, but they may be drawn in to be more of a fan because of women's sports. And I'm thinking especially of high school girls basketball players. Once you're in competitive basketball, you're much more likely to be watching women's competitive basketball. Those are your role models. And from there, your love for basketball might grow. You're not buying it?
Well, it'd be interesting. Like if, too bad we can't have a time machine, but the way to test that would be to destroy the WNBA tomorrow and see how many fans they lose.
And it'd be a long-term thing, right? It'd be 20 year. I'm thinking 10, 20, 30-year effect, right? The NBA is betting that this is a wise investment because we have seen the money that comes from girls and women being interested in pro sports. That's huge. Like that's obvious. More girls and women are interested today than ever before. And only a fraction of that, of course, is due to women's pro sports. But it only needs to be a fraction for it to be huge money.
Actually, you could do polling on that. Like I just looked it up. 1/3 of NBA's viewership are female, so 2/3 are male.
There you go.
Okay,
You wouldn't have thought about that 25 years ago.
But the question is, I'd be willing to bet you that of the 1/3 of females who watch the NBA, the majority of them hate the WNBA.
That may be true, but they only need about, I'm thinking, 10% or 5% to make it worthwhile. Right? Like it's an incremental bump for the entire future of everything in the NBA to get these women and girls interested in basketball.
How long has the WNBA been going?
25 years.
Okay, so you lost credibility right there.
Why?
What makes you think, if we have a history of 25 years of the WNBA not being profitable, what makes you think they're going to be profitable in the next 25?
They don't need to be profitable. It's increasing basketball fans for the NBA.
Oh, I thought your first argument was that in the long run they're going to be profitable.
No, the long run they're profitable for the NBA. Maybe the WNBA will be profitable for someday. We don't know. I'm guessing the NBA owners that subsidize the WNBA are not banking on that.
Yeah,
It's the cheapest way to advertise to women that the NBA's ever thought of.
Yeah, see, I'm not buying that. I don't think it's the NBA looks at it that way, but maybe you're right. Maybe they do.
It's all marketing. It's a business decision.
Like if it's down to raw dollars, I tend to disagree with you. If it's down to like a more of a feel sorry forism, we feel sorry for women, so we're going to do this.
I'm sure they have market research that says here's the portion of your revenue that has been increased due to the 27-year history of the WNBA. They know those numbers. At least they have a good guess that they're using.
I'd be willing to propose that even though 1/3 of women go to the NBA games, let's say this is purely a hypothetical, but let's say we made it illegal for women to watch NBA games live. Women not allowed.
Okay. Yeah.
I'd be willing to bet that viewership wouldn't drop in the stadiums. That they'd just be replaced by more men.
Oh, I don't. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Like more men would be willing to go if it's a guys only club.
Yeah.
I think a big part of the appeal of pro sports is the togetherness, camaraderie, friendship. You know, you're out with your friends, you're out with your work.
Do you like the NBA?
Group. A little bit.
Okay. Like if I had a choice between going to an NBA game with my wife or my son, I'll take my son anytime. My wife doesn't even care.
What if you're 25 and you can go with your girlfriend who really likes LeBron James?
That's because you just want to sleep with her later. That's all.
So what? The NBA doesn't care about your motive. They just want to make you come.
There was a double entendre there.
I heard it.
Yeah.
I regretted it the moment I said it.
So your point is that the WNBA has crunched the numbers and they think by subsidizing the WNBA, they can get more fans of the NBA, and they actually don't care that much if the WNBA loses money.
Correct. As long as it doesn't lose too much, right? If it was losing $100 million a year, then they might shut it down.
Yeah. I see. Yeah, and they would lose.
They know.
And they would lose $100 million a year if women were paid as much as the men were.
Of course.
Yeah. So we can't have that, right? We can't pay the
WNBA. The NBA owners can't have that. I don't care.
Well, yeah. Well, ultimately, if you can't lose money forever, it has to be subsidized.
Hi. This is my daughter.
Do you like the WNBA, daughter? Oh, she can't hear me.
She can't hear you. I don't think we've ever watched WNBA. Do you want to watch basketball?
Yes.
Yes, she wants to watch basketball.
Ask her if she'd rather watch men play basketball or women play basketball.
Would you rather watch men or women? Boys or girls play basketball?
Both.
Both. Well, there you go.
Very
future NBA
diplomatic answer.
Nope. Not happening. Nope.
See, she's a good representative of most women.
That's right. That's right. I think so.
Yes.
Anyhow, Patrick, that was the 5 minutes.
All right, great.
What was the other topics?
Oh,
or you don't want to say it in front of your daughter now?
No, that's fine. Let's take the one that's related to teachers. You want 80% of high school teachers to be men?
Yeah.
Because for the reasons you said, to maintain discipline and order, and because you think that's
masculine role models.
Men, just because kids need more masculine role models, or that women aren't as good at role models, or
women are not as good as role models as men for masculinity.
Okay. But for masculinity, why not for femininity? Why not? Why wouldn't you want it to be? 50,
that's where the discipline kicks in. And that's why I made it 80%, not 100%.
Okay. So the role model thing doesn't make it unequal. The discipline thing makes it unequal. So would you suggest, what if you ran a school, would you try to get that number, assuming there wasn't any negative? Okay. Would you then say, back up, please. Would you then say, you have to. Oh, but we've got. Let's say you had to hire 50 teachers, and you had like 10 women teachers that were tough as nails. Would you ease up on that ratio then?
Yeah.
Because you had some big disciplinary. So really, you want disciplinary people, and you're just profiling to get more men.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And that would be my point, right? Like, discipline's really important in schools.
But most women are not like 6'3" and 230.
Sure, but even small women can be highly disciplinary, effective disciplinarians.
The truth is, a lot of boys in high school do not respond the same way to women as men.
Right.
That's
For
the
sure.
truth, and the truth hurts. Like even
Okay.
a feisty woman teacher, if she says to Billy, sit down, this is F you.
Uh-huh.
Now Billy's less likely to say that to a 6'3" ex-Marine.
Correct. Would you though? Okay, but how far do you go with this? Would you say this if you were, like I mentioned the idea of you running a school. What if you were just an advisor to a public school who had the pressures of government? Would you
Then it wouldn't
recommend
work.
this to them? What if they said, hey, we're looking to try to change the laws and change the policies to get things better? What would you recommend? And you would
Yeah,
say, yep, more male teachers, way higher than 50%.
Yep, for high school.
What if, or would you prefer to say, we're going to have some standards and some expectations around disciplinary pedagogy
No, I would say
to attack the problem more directly?
yeah. No loopholes. Oh, she's a tough woman. I don't care. Let's get a strong male in there first.
Why don't you care though?
Why ought I care?
Because if you want discipline, gets people who are good at enacting discipline, not just
A man and a woman enforcing discipline. Who's better? Physically.
Usually men, not always.
Yeah, there you go. That's why.
But that's one factor among many, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, okay.
What's wrong with saying no, woman, you can't teach at this high school because we already got our 20%? Does it feel sorry for us?
Well, I wonder if would it I mean, it would, but I mean, in an ideal world, in a fair world, would it cause a hue and cry? You're being sexist. I mean, a fair, like, actual good complaint that we were being sexist.
Yeah, it's definitely sexist, but I would say it's a good sexist.
Okay, and so you would,
just like ladies' night at bars is sexist, but it's a good
Yes.
sexist. Yeah, because we want to get more women in there so the men come.
okay.
Yeah.
All right, I gotta go.
Would you say 80% women in elementary school teaching is good?
No,
So you would want more men in elementary.
I do. I think that's one thing I've looked for is male teachers with my kids.
Okay, so you and I are agreed. It's the only difference is in maybe the percent.
Yeah, and I'm not so stuck on percent as it seems way out of whack. But yes.
Like, do you live in this utopian world where it should be 50-50 all the time?
No.
Okay. So what percentage would you, if you were in charge, what percentage of men and women would be teaching in K through 8?
I would probably look to those extreme numbers as a warning sign that something's wrong and try to figure out why.
Right. See, that's why I said 50-50.
With
like,
teaching, that's a
K
like
through 8, I say
50-50
50-50. Seems good, right?
It seems okay. 60-40 seems okay. 80-20 seems way out of whack either way. So then, okay, if you agree with that, then why?
See, I
why is
think
it
women are better than men at holding little Billy's head in kindergarten when he throws up.
Yeah.
But I think men are better than women for grade 12 a-holes who want to cause trouble in the classroom.
For sure.
Yeah. So this is why, this is the reasoning behind my 50-50 for K through 8 and 80-20 for 9 through 12.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but it just strikes me that in any actual situation, there'd be so many other factors to to judge.
Well, yeah,
Like,
definitely there's factors. Like you want competent teachers, of course. You want experience. You want so many things. But the thing is, all else equal, if you have two competent teachers and the current ratio is, let's say, 60-40 female to male in high school, I'd say at least reverse that and get it towards like more of a vast majority. And I bet I bet you any teenage girls in high school would appreciate more male teachers because then they feel safer.
I appreciate that, but I do think there is a bad sexism there in that I would much rather discount that factor. And if I want to judge people on how good a disciplinarian they are, do that, and that means more men in effect, fine.
Is it sexist to say that there should be a father and a mother in a home?
No.
That's all I'm saying. There should be more men. Right now, it's skewed so far from 50-50 in many schools. Like if you a family as 50-50, mother and father, at least get that in your K through 8.
Yeah, I get it. It's just a matter of how far do you go down that road before you are being sexist?
I'm not scared of the word sexist like most people are.
In a bad way. Are you being a bigoted sexist?
Okay, but I'm saying it's sexist in a good way. Just like affirmative action, a lot of people say is racist, but in a good way.
Right, and I'm saying, but you'd agree there's something called sexism in a bad way, like if you want to call that bigoted sexism, or what term?
Sure, yeah, but I'm saying this is not it.
But couldn't it get that way? What if you just said we hire men only because men are better disciplinarians, nothing's more important?
If actually the evidence pointed to it, let's say you ran the experiment where you took a certain number of high schools in the United States, all run by men, and then take other schools all run by women in high school, and then you could do various percentages. And if the high schools with all men teachers actually outperformed, then what is wrong? Saying our policy is men only for teaching in high schools because the evidence shows they do a better job. What's wrong with that?
I do think there's a point where supporting demographics, supporting one side of a demographic because generally that demographic's better. I do believe the point where that's very unfair and unjust. And I don't know, sometimes it's hard to know where that line is because I would agree with you. Like it's also a bad thing to ignore that fewer men want to be teachers. And
see, the data suggests that I'm relating this to homes, families, but the data suggests that families with a father who stays in the home outperform families who don't.
Sure.
Now, is that sexist? No. So the goal would be to have more fathers involved in the home and try to eliminate single motherly homes. Single parent homes where it's just the mother and the kids are a huge burden to society. Huge burden. It leads to mental illness. It leads to crime. It leads to high school dropouts. The future, the data suggests this. The future of a kid's life is more dependent on the father than the mother. And I'm applying this to high school. That you can actually get better outcomes with male teachers than female.
Do you think you would if it was 80% though? If it was that male dominated? Like I'm okay with imbalance, but maybe that's too much.
Well, yeah, you could fiddle with the numbers. Like you could, but my guess is you wanted 50-50 to make it fair and not seem
No,
sexist.
I don't want a 50-50. I want to take that
75-25
factor out of it. I want to take that factor out of it unless it's way out of kilter, right? Like
80.
It doesn't bother me.
80% of the Chicago Teachers Union are female. Is that out of whack?
Right. To me, I think that is pointing to that what can we do to get more male teachers? I would agree with
So
that.
if you
but
were sitting
I
at,
don't think a policy requiring a certain percentage would be in order.
okay, yeah, the policy is what
Just like I
makes it
don't want
icky.
affirmative action.
Okay, but if you were sitting across the table from the president of the Chicago's Teachers Union, who's proud that 80% of the union members and teachers are female, you would look her in the eye and say, maybe you need more men.
Yes.
Good for
Maybe
you.
you need to add more men, and you'd also need to examine why you don't have as many men. Because if there could be no different, honestly, than if it were like you don't have you have too few black people or too few of any other demographic. There may be something wrong with your policies that you're not hiring them. Now, it doesn't mean they have to be equal to the population or 50-50 or anything, but it does mean that it is useful to think about it, right? It is useful to see, oh, why are we not hiring as many men? Oh, we don't have as many men applying. Well, why is that? There's all kinds of reasons for that, some of which a school board could address and some they can't.
Like the president of the Chicago Teachers Union is named Stacy Davis Gates, and I was going to make a video on this, but I didn't.
Okay.
But I would be tempted to look her in the eyes and say, maybe the reason why Chicago is failing so badly in terms of proficiency scores is because you don't have enough male Asians as teachers. Because, the Asians are pretty good at math, science, education. So maybe get rid of most of your female teachers and bring in some male Asians. Try it for 10 years and see if you can get your scores up. I bet you anything, the scores would go up.
That may be true, but then my mind immediately goes to other factors that are highly relevant too. And
Like
I think
single-parent
of
homes.
Sure, but even just in the demographics of the teachers, you need more teachers who have experience in industry. You need more teachers who actually solved a problem in their life. You need more teachers
Yeah.
who used to run a business.
You need more Republican
you need
teachers.
more. Sure, if that
in
be
Chicago.
proven to matter, sure. Yeah, well, probably in Chicago you do. You need more libertarian teachers. You need more. You need more immigrant teachers, but not just immigrants from certain countries. Immigrants from Poland, because you don't have any of those. Diversity can be good as long as we're talking about this kind of diversity that really helps gain a bunch of perspectives, and the goal is to gain perspectives, not to have diversity per se.
Yeah, and I would say the Chicago's
this-
Teachers Union and a lot of unions, even in California, they claim they want diversity, but they really don't. They just want more black faces that are female.
In certain ways, they want to count. They want that kind of narrow diversity, it seems to
Maybe
me.
Hispanics too they'll take, but yeah, it's crazy that in order to have diversity, it's not based on skin color. It's based on differences of opinion and thought. And to say all people of a certain skin color think alike, how more racist can you get than that? Sorry, this is a bit of an aside. I'm not directly talking about what you just said.
I mean, of course they don't say that, but yeah, that might be an impact of what they're trying to push. So I think we're close to agreement there, but I go back to your 80% number, and I think, boy,
why are you so stuck on the 80? Why are you so stuck on that number? Because you feel it'd be unfair to the qualified teachers who won't get in?
I don't know how you could put a number on it. At any number you pick, you're going to be shutting out people unfairly.
Okay, my point is that all else equal. So let's say you can't get a qualified male to come in high school, then of course your numbers are going to change. But I'm saying that if you have a pool of people and one's a female, one's a male, and they're equally qualified, do the opposite of what the political correct thing is. The political correct thing is, take the woman or take the one with the darker skin tone. No, take the male.
If that's all else being equal, like, okay, one of my favorite things was if you have two doctors and you're evaluating which one to go see, and they're equal in every way, they're equal reputation and equal, you think they're equally good. Go to the one who's shorter and uglier because they're more likely to have gotten there through legitimate means. They're much more likely to have gotten there on the strength of their skills and aptitude and talents. And so they're probably a better doctor, even though you can't really see any tangible factors that show you
So
that.
why are you discriminating against the good-looking?
Because the
That's not
good-looking
fair
had
to the good-looking.
advantages.
Yeah,
it
but
isn't,
that's
right?
still
But
not
it's a
fair to the
heuristic.
good-looking.
Yep, you're right. And I think you're kind of going the same way, and I get it. But if I were running a school trying to hire people, I would do my best to get rid of those things.
Did you know students are
And
more likely to listen to a good-looking teacher rather than an ugly one?
for sure.
That's
And
science.
a taller teacher. And
So you ought to pick the good-looking men over
yeah,
this,
except
over the ugly
except-
ones.
I mean, but see, that's the thing. Like, which of these factors are fair to judge on, and which are not? Is that even matter at all to you?
Well, yeah, I already said that they have to be qualified.
Sure, but we're trying to figure the most qualified, and if being tall or good looking,
And
or
then
male
the male,
makes
the
them
choice
more
for male was
qualified, I
for
don't
the
think they do.
discipline part. If it's a weak, tiny male, like a 5'5",
Yeah.
you don't want male midgets.
What if they're good teachers?
Too bad. You're too short. We'll take a
Can't-
good
can't go
teacher
there.
that's taller.
But see, that's the thing, right? Like,
Discriminate against the midgets.
you can be opposed to affirmative action, and you can be opposed to what's the opposite? Negative action of preferring traits that are maybe shouldn't be the top concern, whether you're a midget or not. You're not
You
supposed
know
to
who
say midget,
discriminates
right?
against midgets the most?
A short person.
The lingerie models. I mean, if you're a midget and a woman, good luck in making the Victoria's Secret catalog.
Yeah, I wonder if that's true more universally. Like short women have a big disadvantage. We need affirmative action for short people.
Well, I don't think we do. Like they know what they're good at, like getting the towels from underneath the bottom drawer and
Okay, so this is where we're getting at. Like, I'm not going to defend this point of view, right? I'm not going to defend your 80% because I hope you're joking, but I'm not sure of it. And I wonder, is your audience sure that you're totally joking?
No, I'm saying if you had a policy that it's okay to make people cry. It's okay for a woman to say, hey, I'm qualified, but I didn't get in because I'm a woman. Go cry! Because we have a qualified male and we're going to try this. We're going to try to establish more discipline in high schools. If that makes some women cry because, they didn't get the job, then go cry. Why do you have so much feel sorry for them, Patrick? Why do you feel so sorry for the
Yeah,
the
that's
people?
me.
Why do you care about fairness so much?
When it comes to government throwing its weight around, I care about fairness a lot.
Actually, you know what would be a good
Right,
experiment
government
is keep the government out of it. See, I'm actually against public schools in general. But you could run private schools that, let's say, are
Sure.
80% male in high school and compare it to public schools.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of public schools have a much higher percentage of male teachers.
Public schools?
No, private ones.
Oh,
have
yeah,
greater
private.
percentage than
Yeah,
public.
and guess what? Private schools tend to do better than public schools.
Yeah, probably.
Maybe that's the reason. They got more men in there.
It's a fact. It's one factor, yeah.
Yeah.
But then I wonder, there's probably a reason that men are more willing as a percentage to teach in private schools than women are.
Yeah, because they pay more. And women,
No,
women
private schools pay less.
Well, overall, I don't know but there's definitely private schools that pay way more than public.
Yeah, but your average private schools got way lower salaries than your average public school.
Is that true?
Oh, for sure. There's a lot of small private schools that are getting
Yeah, I understand, like the little
donations from-
church schools. I understand what you're saying, but I mean, there's like even Catholic private schools. There's a ton of them in the United States that pay very well. And charter schools, I guess are kind of considered public.
They are public, yeah.
Yeah. Like my wife gets paid she gets paid way less than people in Chicago, teachers in Chicago. Chicago teachers make on average $95,000 a year.
Okay. Yep.
And I think my wife makes maybe 65.
And she teaches at a private school?
No, charter, public.
Oh, she teaches at a charter school. Yeah.
Yeah. And I made the suggestion to her that there needs to be more males in K through 8 and way more males in high school. She agreed. And I asked my son, my daughter this, they both agreed. My son, for the exact reason I said, like the discipline in high school is just atrocious. My son goes to a public school. My daughter she's graduated now, went to a semi-private school. And he says, yeah, like the kids don't have respect for teachers. But again,
yeah,
the issue is not even the teachers. The issue is the parents.
For sure.
And so in public schools, oftentimes teachers are a replacement for poor parenting. Like in Chicago, for example, all these programs they have, after-school programs, the key goal of those after-school programs is to get the kids away from their parents for as many hours a day as possible because they don't trust those parents.
Would it be accurate to say keep them in some kind of positive situation, whether or not their parents are involved? Because I would guess that a lot of these kids just aren't around their parents in those situations. Like if they were free from 3 to 6 p.m., they would be off doing bad things. Their parents wouldn't be involved much. And maybe that's an extension of what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm saying in a good home, that doesn't happen.
Right.
There's so many crappy homes in this country. It's unbelievable.
But what are we supposed to do? Like
that's the question. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think public schools have so many things to worry about that they're not really addressing that directly.
Yeah.
A lot of people are trying, but
yeah,
it's such a huge problem.
The thing is, the problem with us Homo sapiens is that we are unlike other animals in that we really are compassionate against the weaker members of society. Whereas other animals will just let those weaker members die. But we can't do that.
So yeah, what is that? I get that. Like that, I've often thought about that. Well, why didn't we have these problems 150 years ago? Well, 150 years ago, we let people die.
Yes, that's why these problems don't exist.
What should we do today about that? Should we try to bring back?
That's a great question.
Extreme consequences like this?
No, I wouldn't go that far, letting people die. But I think number one is, I think praising and shaming does work. I know a lot of people on the left disagree with me on this, but I believe we're like rats, that you give us a reward, we do one thing, you give us a punishment, we don't do certain things. We humans are animals. A lot of Christians listening right now disagree, but so if that's true, then you can do like what advertising does and do pushes and pulls to really, 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 really shame people who get pregnant out of wedlock.
So you're talking about widespread, nationwide level social engineering campaigns.
Social engineering campaigns. Yeah, if it's just talking, yeah. I'm not talking legislation right now.
Okay.
But I think part of the reason why there's so many broken homes in the United States is because of the welfare system and the lack of accountability. So the number of, let's say, fatherless homes back in the 30s amongst African Americans was way lower than it is today.
Yeah, sure.
And there was no social welfare back then.
Right.
But what happened in
there was a social stigma that enforced that the family should stay together, and that's gone today.
Yeah, soon as the welfare programs really took a hit in the 60s and 70s in the United States, you started to see a huge uptick in fatherless homes, especially within the African American community. So the government became a replacement for the father. And that needs to stop. Now, how do you make that stop? I don't know, because welfare programs are sort of like heroin. Once you start, it's very hard to get off. So,
well, I'll throw out one idea. if we could dollar for dollar replace the welfare program with direct payment, Milton Friedman advanced that concept, then at least you're empowering people to make decisions for good or for ill. That also means you have to live with the ill when they decide the ill, rather than trying to cajole them along with their government program that has all these restrictions and conditions on it. But I do think on the balance that would be better.
Would to give money to them directly, like a universal
Yeah,
basic
if you're
income?
getting $1,000 in food stamps, maybe you should just get $1,000 in cash instead. And then you have to decide, and we maybe give you a little support to help you figure out how to best manage that.
But that
in
doesn't
the end,
that doesn't even begin to solve the problem. I mean,
it doesn't, but maybe it's one step, right? Like we're seeing.
I'd be
some
tempted to
evidence
say that you could give them $100,000. Certain communities, you could give $100,000 each per year, and they'll end up making the same mistakes.
No doubt, but I'm addressing your concern that it's like heroin. They're addicted to the government support. One way to get off the addiction is to simplify things and empower the person to make decisions. And hopefully they can make better decisions. There's no guarantee they will. And that's a concern of its own.
I still think simple shaming works better. And the thing is, it has to come from the Democrats. So the most the most compassionate, caring people that are perceived in society on the left needs to look people in the eye and say, you goofed up here. And if you think us Democrats are going to bail you out, you're mistaken.
Barack Obama did a little bit of that.
Yes, you know what? And I remember that. And I appreciate that about Barack Obama.
Yeah.
Barack Obama was a great example. I don't know. We'd have to look up the stats. You mean in schools? Or with...
in schools or in general, like eat your peas, whatever he said, did anybody heed him? Did it have any cultural impact in the slightest?
I don't know. But if shaming doesn't work, like we're talking about culture right now. We're talking about the whole idea of...
I think that's what it gets back to.
Yeah, and so how do you change a culture?
Yep.
Like some people say contracts work, and I have seen some evidence that contracts work. So for example, let's say a mother is seeking love because she didn't have a father, and so she gets the male attention from this teenage boy, gets knocked up, and now is a Christian and is against abortion. So now she is poor mother, no money, no options, and a child on the way. What do you do in that situation? I mean, there's almost nothing you can do to change that cultural mindset, because that child is going to grow up without a father, most likely. And if it's a female, actually, that might be the solution. Like, it's the females, it's the women in society that determine coitus and intercourse, unless they're raped.
Yeah, they're the gatekeepers.
Yes, women are the gatekeepers to reproduction, not men, unless they're raped. And so if somehow you can get a culture to value keeping their legs closed until they're married or with a committed partner, nothing's going to change. If you followed my simple heuristic of, okay, if you live in this city and you want one child, you should be making X amount of money a year. And if you don't have a kid. And if you have a kid, it has to be well planned. Like, people make plans for buying homes, for buying cars. 50% of people don't make any plans for having kids. Now, another quick solution to this problem that some atheists are screaming, I haven't checked the live stream chat, but they might be screaming this, and that's the abortion issue. There's a reason why most abortions in the United States are done by African American females. It's because they're poor. They don't have options.
Sure.
And if you increased the number of abortions, you could solve this problem. But then the problem is, so many African Americans in this country, and I'm picking on African Americans because 73% of them come from fatherless homes, which is atrocious. the problem is a lot of those African Americans are Christian, and it's against their morals to get an abortion. But on the same hand, they're bringing in a cycle of poverty. So what do you do? Should the goal be to make African Americans less Christian? I don't know. Then you got a ton of other problems because it's Christianity that keeps so many African Americans afloat, and so they don't kill themselves and go crazy. Like in fact, this president of the Chicago's teacher union, she was asked, how do you deal with all the stress in your life? And she goes, through Jesus. And it's like, so it's Jesus that keeps them sane, but it's also Jesus that keeps them from having unwanted pregnancies or aborting unwanted pregnancies.
There's a lot there.
Yeah, it's a huge problem. Like if you didn't care about compassion, if you didn't care about humanity, then it becomes simple. You sterilize the poor, like the real severely poor. You abort all the unwanted babies. Just boom, you're done. You only invest education dollars into kids with promise. So you divert. It'd be like the what we were talking about, the NBA and WNBA. You focus the most money. You pay the highest amount of investment to the performers.
Yeah, I don't even think any of those solutions would work. Like I think.
Well, no, it would be highly immoral, right? Because now we're talking about letting people die.
But I don't think it would work either.
Oh no, it would work.
I don't think so. I think
definitely
we'd be
would.
better off of all those if we had fewer abortions and we had all those babies that were living, even in these bad situations.
No, I'm saying
I think
more
we'd be
abortions.
better off. Right. And I think if we had less, we'd be better off. We'd have more people that can do more things about things. I don't think there's much of a net positive to less people, even apart from the moral concerns.
If you have a history of poverty in a family, you're saying it's still better to have kids in that cycle of poverty?
Yeah. I
Really?
think poor kids are good for society, and rich kids are also good for society.
Okay, but which one's better?
I mean, I think they're both net positive, and I don't know.
Really? And what metrics are you using for positive and negative?
It's an opinion.
I know, but financially they're not a positive.
Yeah, I guess financially wouldn't be the.
So you're not using that
criteria.
metric.
Yeah.
Like if every person born in the United States was from the product of in vitro fertilization, where they had to pay out of their own cash, out of their own pocket, $50,000 to have a kid, and if you didn't have a kid. Let's say you were there.
I think it'd be a disaster. It would be a dystopia.
Okay, but hear me out. So there'd be no unplanned pregnancies going forwards through this program. Now,
sounds like a hellhole.
What you would say that the reason why it would be a disaster is because you just wouldn't get enough kids. Am I right?
Wouldn't get enough kids. Yeah, and I think we see a lot. We have more social mobility than we think. We see a lot of poor kids that do pretty good.
But if you could get enough kids, let's say you had a loophole that if you do in vitro fertilization once, you got to do it 5 times. You got to shoot for 5 kids. Would you change your mind?
Now we're talking so far beyond a marginal change that I can't even comprehend it. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Like that's a whole different universe now where only the rich are raising kids. And
when I say rich, I mean when I say
off.
rich, I mean just people who can afford their own kids. Like I don't consider myself rich, but I can afford my kids. We didn't need public school. So anybody who actually needs public school, those are the people I'm talking about. If you're making $50,000, $60,000 a year and you have 3 kids, you cannot afford your own kids. Case closed. You cannot. Unless maybe you live so cheaply in North Dakota somewhere and you got all your land for free or whatever, then maybe. But for most people making $50,000, $60,000 a year, which is the national household average, 65 maybe, and you have 3 kids, you are being subsidized by someone.
Sure. And I wonder if that's just been the case throughout all of history. Back when we had extreme poverty everywhere, everyone tried to take care of everyone and some would die. And And we were better off having, at that point in history, say 200 years ago, we were better off having however many it was, 100 million people in the world as opposed to 50.
Like back 200 years ago, what happened was
There's way more than 100 million. But anyway, whatever the numbers were.
200 years ago, basically, most people were rural. They had tons of kids, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9.
Yep.
What ended up happening is it was a farm. They had their own source of food, and so they can keep well fed. Sure, there'd be bad years, and neighbors would help each other, but for the most part, they were self-sustaining. And
within their communities, they were self-sustaining. I don't
within
think
their
they were self-sustaining
no,
in the nuclear family.
No, I would say within their own family. When you are your own source of food, and you have your own shelter, you have your own land, you are self-sustaining.
I think there's a ton of help.
Like, sure, there's still markets and you're trading.
Ton of voluntary help, yeah.
But like, I remember being raised on a farm just, in the 70s, and my dad asking the municipality to fix a road or make a road, whatever, and they wouldn't do it. He'd make his own road.
Sure.
Like tractors and whatever. Like that whole lifestyle is gone, even on farms today. So that's how it worked 200 years ago. And people died. Like,
yes.
You had 8 kids. If 2 of them got sick, maybe you take them to the hospital, and maybe the hospital can do something. But yeah, that's why you had 8 kids, because you had to expect 10 to 20% to die off.
Right. And I think what I'm saying is we've had all kinds of cultural changes since then. I don't think we're now in the world where we should say you should only have kids if you can afford it, because that's never been the case.
Is that a good reason, though, not to do it? Just because it's never been the case?
No, but I mean, I don't think it's wise. I think we're going to end up...
Why?
Well, in China, they thought you shouldn't have as many females, right? You shouldn't have as many kids, and you should have more boys.
That was the one-child policy. That was the one-child policy.
For cultural reasons, right?
Yeah.
And they thought they were making a good judgment. They thought they were planning. I'm saying we meddle in these decisions, and we screw it up very easily. I am very humble about...
Well, I'm not saying it should be policy, but I'm saying
natalist movements.
But I'm saying it should be recommended. Like, who in their right mind? By people, like
by people that have influence.
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
So, do you think it's good for me to say, "Hey, if you have no money at all, go ahead and have 3 kids"? Is that wise or unwise?
I don't know that it's either. You can say.
Oh, come on,
way.
Patrick.
Yeah.
Really?
Kids are such a net positive that they can overcome the cost of money to have.
Oh my goodness, we're so far apart in our thinking. Let's take this to the poorest regions on the earth. Okay, imagine a poor, desolate country somewhere, famine-stricken, and you have a woman who's had 3 kids and they all died from malnutrition.
Yeah.
Would you recommend her to have another kid or not?
I wouldn't know enough to say either way.
Oh, come on. To me,
there's so many other factors than just...
I would look that woman in the eye and say, please, I cannot control what you do, but please do not get pregnant again, because your children are suffering when you do. They live to 3 years old and then die a horrible death. Please don't have kids. That's what I would say.
I'm not that utilitarian. I can't predict the good that will come out of a kid.
You can't predict. If you've seen a woman give birth 3 times, and in the span of, let's say, 5 years, every kid's died, you cannot look at the history to predict the future.
Sure,
especially
but
given
they
that
deserve
there's
a chance. Give them a chance. It's okay.
Give who a chance?
The baby.
The baby has not been conceived yet. I'm saying,
right.
I'm saying, please don't conceive again, because if you do,
I'm not willing to say that.
Why not?
Because I don't I mean, of course, if I knew a family and I knew more of their situation, I would help them make a judgment. That's one thing. But just in the abstract, I can't say
Why not?
that it's bad to have kids because it might be good.
It might be good in that situation, given the history, given the
Yeah,
poverty, given
maybe
that
the fourth try is a charm.
given, let's say, the country's in war. Yeah, I'm going to have a baby.
Yeah,
Even
maybe
though
we
I
need
have
another kid for the
no,
war effort because we're on the righteous side.
even though we have no way to feed it, no way to care for it, and it will probably die in the first couple of years of, you'd say, yeah, go ahead and have a baby.
I wouldn't be against it right away. I might counsel that if those were the circumstances to say maybe you shouldn't. But in general, as a general policy, I don't want to be tinkering with that. I don't want to say I know best. Let's restrict natalism in these circumstances.
Your daughter came in earlier.
Yeah.
I'm going to make this real for you. How old's your daughter? 14?
13.
13. Would you rather your daughter get pregnant next year and the father, let's say, leaves and that's that? Or would you rather have your daughter grow up to her early 20s, find...
Yeah, of course the latter.
Of course the latter. Why can't you apply that to that person in Africa or anywhere in the country where...
Well, for age, I do, because I think there's huge drawbacks to early teen pregnancy that are not huge drawbacks.
Well, most of the single mothers, or at least a lot of them, are teenagers. So we are talking about that age group.
Okay.
Or early 20s.
To me, that's a different set of concerns. Poverty alone does not make me opposed to you giving birth or being fertile, I guess I should say. I do think, yeah, you should be an adult before you have kids. I would say that's generally the case.
Okay, I'd agree.
But there's too many factors that can overcome poverty that I don't want to restrict that one.
I know,
I don't want to not restrict it. I don't want to.
But you want to give your daughter the best chances, right?
Yeah, and if she ends up poor and wants to have a kid, go ahead.
Would you rather her be financially independent and have a kid, or be poor and have a kid? If you had to choose one or the other.
Well, then the kid doesn't matter. I'd rather her be financially independent regardless of her life situation.
Right. If she was financially independent and had a kid, or very dependent financially on other people or in the government, in which situation would you rather her reproduce? It's a almost rhetorical question, isn't it?
I don't think one has much to do with the other. I
mean, oh my goodness.
If your situation is better, do you want to have a kid? Sure, that's probably better because your situation's better.
Yes.
But as far as like trying to encourage society to go in that way, I don't think I can go there. I feel like it's too.
It feels too icky for you. Yeah,
it's too
that's
close to
it.
Eugenics. It's too close to China's one-child policy.
But I'm not talking about legislation. I'm talking about just being... See, the reason why I think there's so many people in this country, in the situation they're in, is because of people like you, Patrick. Because I think you lean left. You're very compassionate. You're very progressive.
I lean left.
You don't? Well, you sure sound like it to me.
No, I'm very libertarian.
Okay. Well, you can be libertarian left.
I'm very right libertarian.
Okay. So if you're right libertarian, I think you would say it's better to be independent from the government than dependent on the government, yes?
Right. I'm saying regardless of your dependency on the government, I'm pro-natalist.
So even if it means there's a high probability the children suffer, you're okay with that? Like in the situation of famine that I mentioned earlier?
Yes.
Whoa.
Yes.
Why do you value that natalism so much that you're willing...
life.
Even life that suffers.
Well, ask those kids if they're at a age where they can reason
No. We're talking about existence versus... No. We're not talking about that. We're talking about existence or not existence. So the options are someone's never, ever conceived or born, or they're born into a very bad situation where they are more likely to die.
I think
you're saying
very easy. to get to a net positive through existence. I do not think that all the negative situations that people are in, all the horrible things that are in this world, I think the existence of those people still can be very positive.
Sure, they can be.
Yeah.
But the thing is, we're comparing this to non-existence. So there's not like, oh, I wish I would have lived. No, you would never exist in the first place.
Correct. Yeah,
so,
of course.
so if the choice is to procreate in a situation where you can give that child the best, the most options for education, for healthcare, where you're not dependent on...
I don't think that's the question. That, of course, we would want to give our kids advantages, but I'm
Yes.
saying we shouldn't forbid them from coming into existence just because they don't have
But
them.
I'm saying those two things are in conflict at times. You just said, of course, you want to give the kids the best, right? The most options. But sometimes that is going to be in conflict with reproduction when you're not in that best situation. So I'm not talking about being a millionaire. I'm saying being in a situation where, number one, you're an adult. We both agree on that. Number two, I would recommend being married. And some people might want, I'm an atheist, but I still think when people procreate, they should be married with a father and a mother. So, and then the third requirement would be plan it. Use your brain and say, is now a good time to have a child? And then when you ask that question, think about what schools are they going to go to? Do we live in an area where we have good schools, bad schools, mediocre schools? Oh, we live in an area where all the schools suck? Maybe while we're living here, we shouldn't procreate. Use your brain. This is what I'm advocating for. Use your brain.
Okay, using your brain's great.
But
use your brain to improve your life. But
and the life of someone you're bringing into the world.
Yep, that's all good. I don't think that means don't have a kid if you can't get out of that situation.
Why not?
Because I think that life of the kid and your life as a result can be better, and very likely to be better, as well as to be a net positive in the world.
Sure, anything's possible in the magical kingdom, but probability
It's not magic. It's generally speaking, the average kid that's born will have a good life as opposed to a horrible one. And
Oh,
that's even
you're
the
talking about
kids that are
America,
born in
right?
poverty.
You're talking about America.
Even the kids that are in poverty.
Really? You think
a kid born in poverty,
you think the kids in Gaza right now who are just born in the last year are having a good life?
they can. I'm not saying they're having it right now.
Patrick.
But I don't think those kids in Gaza want to stop living.
Okay,
They wanna
I
get
gotta
to a
let you
better
go.
situation.
I gotta let you
Okay.
go.
Fair enough, thank you.
This has been a very frustrating conversation, and I don't care to talk to you again because we're just so far apart in our worldviews.
You don't care to talk to me again?
No, because actually, this goes
Disagreement.
No. This goes back further than this conversation. You emailed me a long time ago, right?
I
For
sent
some
you a
reason, you
Discord
want
message. Yeah.
No, not Discord. You even emailed me, I believe. But yeah, Discord as well.
Yes.
You emailed me. You tweeted me. Discorded me. For some reason, you want my attention, and I'm not sure why.
Oh, because you're a non-Christian married to a Christian, just like me, and you care about issues just like me, and you are not left, just like me.
Yeah.
And so I wanted.
No,
to
I
get-
am not just
wanted
like
to-
you.
No, you're not left. That part is just like me.
And all those other things to me are kind of meaningless.
Okay, well, they're very meaningful to me because I want to figure out.
They're
how
not
to
meaningful
live
to me.
better.
They're not
A
meaningful
lot
to
of
me.
your content is about being a former Christian and a non-Christian, right?
Yes.
So how? But yet they're not meaningful to you.
Not with you, no. I feel like you're trying to make a friend with me or something. Right? Like
I wouldn't go that far. I was
I
thinking
kinda-
you'd be an interesting guy to talk to.
Every time you come on, I actually kind of view you as a bit of a stalker. Seriously. And it's very... No, hear me out. Because of of those emails, those tweets that most people here are not privy to.
Third time.
And then you've come on, no, it's more than 3. And then you've come on, on here 3 times. And I just get this sense, and this is the most unattractive thing about, if you want to tick me off, it's be needy and almost desperately want to be my friend. And that's how I view you.
That's not at all my attitude, so I don't need to pursue that. That's okay.
Okay, good. But I'm just letting you know where I'm coming from. And then, but the thing is, you feed into that neediness with, when I ask you questions like that are so, to me, common sense of, I'd rather have a child be born and risk malnutrition and die in 3 years than not born at all. I mean, to me, that's such a selfish thing to say, a needy thing to say.
Questioning my motives here. That's an opinion. I kind of get the other side. I mean, I understand.
So what I'm saying, everything about you, personality type and everything, I don't like. Seriously. Like, I would never sit in a bar and just chat with you. I wouldn't.
Oh, it's too bad. I thought it'd be interesting. I thought it was interesting so far.
Yeah. Anyhow, see ya.
All right.